Company, Carbon. It's crafted for fun. And by Little Woodrose. Little Woodrose is your local Texas watering hole.
Play action, Broussard looking over the middle, thrown towards the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
This is the Houston Methodist Hospital pregame show. Now, live from the Little Woodrose broadcast booth, here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
It's rivalry week continued. The Rice Owls and the Houston Cougars here in the 41st Bayou Bucket, the 44th all-time that these two teams have played. We'll hear from Nate Griffin coming up momentarily. Bob Schlanger here, and Gail Guy helping us out on the spot. Of course, Jason Metco is on the sidelines here at TDECU Stadium. The Rice Owls and their icy whites taking on the red and white Houston Cougars. Owls have the better record at 2-1. U of H has had a very tough slate. They are 1-2. Rice starting T.J. McMahon again at quarterback against Clayton Toon of these Houston Cougars. Stay tuned. A lot coming up, too, in our Houston Methodist pregame show. We'll have a visit with Luke McCaffrey and Mike Bloomgren and some scores and an injury report as well. It's Rice and it's Houston, the Bayou Bucket. Where would you rather be? This is Rice football from Learfield.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
No one wants to fight the traffic to and from the stadium or arena. You don't have to when you go Win. Win Transportation. Enjoy the game, not fight the traffic. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable group transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans, giving your trip an extra special touch. So when it's game time, remember, all you need is Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
The Rice Owls and the Houston Cougars here in the Bayou Bucket. Welcome in, Nate Griffin. You have been around this town a while, Nate. Not to date you, but you've been covering a lot of these, and what a special week it is. You have the pomp and circumstances, and by Bayou Bucket luncheon standards, it was pretty tame on Wednesday from what I gathered out of the proceedings, but how about it, Rice and Houston?
Well, it was tame, but let me tell you something. Bob and I were there, and I can tell you right now, I had head coach Dana Holgerson on the show Thursday morning. You know what he told me? I didn't want to be there pretty much, okay? He did not want to be at the Bayou Bucket Lane, but he had reasons. He had good reasons. He said, I really need to look at this team, the Rice football team, because they're playing extremely well. I need time to be able to break this video down and look at these guys. He says they're good. That's why he didn't want to be there. Mike Bloomgren, on the other hand, he was all about it. He was all about the touchdown club luncheon. He loved it. I mean, and I thought, you know, the fact that Brett Wagner, the big offensive lineman for Rice, Brett Wagner purchased the football for $3,500, Bob. And how much did U of H football go for? $1,000. So I'm telling you, These guys are fired up. They played this game 44 seasons. However, they've competed for the Bayou Bucket in 41 of them. I do believe this team has a shot to win it today because they are a lot better than what they were last year when the University of Houston annihilated them. So I'm looking for a much better game today, JP.
Yeah, it's been a while since these two teams have played here off of Cullen, 5 years to be precise, and Houston won decidedly 38-3. Last year these two teams played, and Houston won pretty easily, but the Owls come into this one believing their quarterback, T.J. McMahon, and the Cougars have a great one in Clayton Tune. They're going to need him to run today because we're getting word that Cougars' running game has been a little more decimated.
I think you have to be able to set the edge against Clayton Tune because the one thing he can do, he can throw the ball down the field. He's gotten better over the years, and then if you remember, in the Manning camp, he actually won the thing. So, I mean, this is a guy who knows how to throw. They've had some bad breaks in the first 3 games. 2 of them, they played overtime. 1 of them, they just got beat by a team in Kansas. And if you remember, 2 years, back-to-back years, Chris Boswell was walk-off field goals to beat Kansas. Now, all of a sudden, Kansas is competitive. University of Houston has a lot to prove today, and I think they are really under the gun, JP.
And what a game. Owls will need a great game from Luke McCaffrey here today. How about him?
Luke McCaffrey, that guy is tremendous. We've seen nothing but tremendous since he switched from quarterback to wide receiver, and he talked about the game last week and what he thinks the Rice Owls need to do to beat the Cougars.
It felt good. It was awesome. I mean, to come together as a team and play a good team like Louisiana Lafayette's, something special. It's something that we have as a base, we have as a start, and hopefully we can get better from that win each week.
Yeah, they came in here 15 straight wins, nation's longest winning streak, and you guys snapped it. That had to give you some satisfaction as well.
Oh, yeah, it gives us satisfaction. It gives us confidence in our process. What we've been doing since January, we all have thorough belief that it works. And so the biggest thing now is just building on that confidence each week, knowing that our process is going to stay true no matter whether it's week 2, week 3, or week 12 at the end of the season. Just staying true to that process, trusting each other, trusting the coaches, and trusting the game.
Wide receiver Luke McCaffrey joining us here on the pregame show. What was the theme this week?
We have a lot of themes. I think the biggest one's consistency. Consistency and details. That's what we're striving for every day. When you see a little bit of success, you know that you have the potential. You have the confidence that you have the potential to do it.
As you look towards the Bayou Bucket in just a little bit here, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking about in regards to playing University of Houston?
I mean, this game means a lot, but one of the things I love about this team is how close we are. So bringing that focus, like I said earlier, to ourselves, to not making mistakes that are critical to losing football games, but focusing on each other, celebrating what we're doing well, and coming together as a unit. I think if we can do things right and not make personal individual mistakes that hurt the team, then we're a really good football team. And the times that we haven't been a great football team out there have been when we make self-inflicted wounds.
What do you know about this team? You see it 2 ways. You play quarterback, now you play wide receiver. What do you see? What do you know about this team?
Yeah, they got studs all over the field. I think there's no question about that. I think they're a great team and a really fun team to play. And so, I'm excited. They run a lot of man. They run a lot of one high. And so just to be able to have that challenge as a receiver, to go out and know that somebody's going to be covering you right across from your face every single down is something that's fun. That's something you take pride in as a receiver, being able to win those individual battles. Their front seven's full of studs. I know they got some guys that came back from last year, some new guys in there that are filling roles pretty well. And so it's just a great challenge. It's a great opportunity for us.
Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Here's wide receiver Luke McCaffrey, and I am Nate Griffin, and you're listening to Rice Football on Learfield.
Ready for our little forest adventure?
Yes!
We're here.
Oh, that was fast!
There's a forest closer than you think. Find a park or forest near you and music inspired by nature. DiscoverTheForest.org. Brought to you by USDA Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You're not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now, it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, that's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the whoops. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Taking a gander at the Doubletree by Hilton Medical Center scores, they will have a few top 25 updates. But inside Conference USA, how about last night? The first time in the series history between UTEP and Boise State. They're playing out at the Sun Bowl, and UTEP won 27-10 against Boise State. UTEP now 2-3 on the season. Conference USA action today. Memphis leading North Texas 26-13. That is at the Liberty Bowl in the Bluff City of Memphis, Tennessee. Middle Tennessee, Nate, are you sitting down?
Talk to me.
Start of the second half. Middle Tennessee is leading 25th ranked Miami in Coral Gables 24-10.
Oh boy.
Middle Tennessee, the lead. Western Kentucky blowing out FIU. Boat race in progress, 49-10. Western Kentucky. Nate always enjoys the boat race comment. I knew that, so that's why I made it. But they just started the third quarter there. It's all Hilltoppers. UTSA leading Texas Southern over at the Alamo Dome 28-17. La Tech is at South Alabama. The double-digit underdog is the theme of the day. Everybody except UTSA. It was a double-digit underdog, but didn't mean much as UTEP won last night. Charlotte's at South Carolina, and that is a 6:30 start, at FAU is at Purdue today.
How about that? All right, you talked about that Middle Tennessee game at Miami right now. Then 25th in Miami, by the way. 24-10 is the score. Third quarter, 13-46. Right now, Tennessee on top of Florida. Third quarter, 12-24 remaining in that game. 17-14. Tennessee leads Texas. Leading Texas Tech in the third quarter. 8:26 remaining. It's 24-17. The Longhorns on top. Ole Miss all over Tulsa at the half. 35-17. Also, Washington State leading Oregon, number 15 Oregon, 17-9 at the half. Georgia on top of where they beat Kent State, 39-22. Surprised it was really that close, especially with Kent State being a 1-2 team going in there. 39-22. Michigan on top of Maryland, 34-27. That's the final. Penn State 33, Central Michigan 14, Pittsburgh 45, Rhode Island 24. Clemson, they finally beat Wake Forest, and it was in 2 overtimes. Those guys played neck and neck the entire day. I watched part of that game, JP. Clemson 51, Wake Forest 45. It was a nip and tuck all the way. Baylor 31, Iowa State 24. Baylor number 17. What do you think about that, Iowa State?
Baylor won?
Yep.
Yeah, not too surprised with that one.
Yeah. Later today, Arkansas, number 10 Arkansas at Texas A&M. That's going to be a real test for Arkansas. Texas A&M ranked at number 23. North Carolina State will host UConn. That game a little bit later. Ohio State will host Wisconsin. We thought Wisconsin was going to be a good one at the very start of the season. Number 2 Alabama hosting Vanderbilt. They're probably upset about being number 2. Number 6 Oklahoma will host Kansas State. They'll play like they're number 6. USC, number 7 now, at Oregon State. That game at 8:30 Eastern Time. That should be 7:30 Central Time. And, of course, BYU will host Wyoming. That game late tonight.
There's our Doubletree by Hilton Medical Center scores. We have Mike Bloomgren coming up next in our Yingling Flight pregame chat. It's Rice and it's Houston. Bayou Bucket. Don't go anywhere. This is Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the Talking Spokes Oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we eat oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char-grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 West Hyder. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, riceowls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Kickoff is moments away, which means it's time for a visit with Rice head football coach Mike Bloomgren. Brought to you by Yingling Flight. Raise the bar with the next generation of light beer. Now, alongside the coach, here's JP.
The short trip across town, the Rice Owls and the Houston Cougars. This chat with Coach Bloomgren brought to you by Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer. How about a coach coming across town? A different feel in a rivalry week, huh?
Yeah, everything was really the same, though, right? The same night at the hotel, did everything the same at our same normal home team hotel. It's just the bus took a wrong turn on the way here. But we are excited to be here.
Well, we got to hear we had some power out, so you didn't miss too much on this end. But what have you seen swagger from the guys after these 2 wins coming into this game? Have you sensed the team any different or still the same?
No, I think this is a team that's believed in itself. They've earned their confidence. If anything, I mean, a win like last week just shows them, like, the confidence in our preparation is where it's at. And honestly, these guys had a great week of prep this week, so they should be confident in their ability and their teammates' ability right now.
Talked a little bit about the defense during the week. What have they done so well since the USC game? And obviously last week holding Louisiana to the fewest yards you've had in a long time.
Yeah, I think just anytime your defense can choke somebody out and go from making them one-dimensional to creating a turnover and finding a way. You know, that Louisiana team hadn't had a turnover in 8 games. And so, again, that's the pressure that comes from the front. And we know how rush and coverage work together. So you have a great opportunity when we're getting hits on the passer, putting them in an uncomfortable situation, and then having our secondary make plays down the field. But the biggest thing we did is stop the run. Like, all the motions, all the shifts, none of it mattered. We did a great job with communication and discipline with our eyes to make that happen.
TJ McMahon, almost 600 yards passing the last couple weeks. What do you tell him today against this defense, that big safeties and aggressive defensive line?
Yeah, just keep being him, right? Like, that is the message to all of our guys right now is, like, man, we're enough. Like, we're good. Play our football. And as long as we do our 111 play in and play out, we're going to be happy with these results.
You were high on the praise of Clayton Tune during the week. What do you guard against him with the legs and the arm, the way he's played?
Yeah, that's a tough thing. But just like many quarterbacks, the more you can hit him, the better off we're going to be. And so we've got to hit him and hit him and hit him. But we do know that he has a real run threat, right? A sub-11 flat guy in 100. He does a great job when he gets out of the pocket. But in his offense and in what they ask of him, he wants to push the ball down the field when he can. So, again, making him uncomfortable, play in and play out will help everything.
And on their defensive side, you're high on the praise of what Doug Belk's done. What do they do so well?
You know, it's not that it's revolutionary scheme or anything, but what Doug does is get them to play incredibly well, and they don't seem to miss a lot of assignments. And they've got those 2 defensive ends that I referenced, those 2 safeties that are NFL-type players, and we've got to do a great job putting hats on those dudes, getting them blocked, and allowing our backs and receivers to be special down the field.
Obviously, your line a big matchup against their D-line, but what's another big matchup, and what are some keys here to get a W?
Yeah, I think the keys are very simple. It is worry about us, worry about the Rice Owls. And if we play our kind of football and protect the football, we're going to be just fine.
Thank you, Coach. Get that Bayou bucket, all right?
Thanks, JP.
Don Levy, family football coach for Rice Owls. Mike Bloomberg, that chat brought to you by Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer. Back with more. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
Rice fans need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs, and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shoppers will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts, with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
Houston Methodist Injury Report with Nate Griffin. I'm JP Heath. KK Orji definitely out on that outside linebacker rush position. That gives more time both sides to Trey Schumann. On the Rice offensive side, not necessarily an injury, but Trey Filippi in there for Braden Nutter. First career start. Happy early Halloween. Merry Christmas. Trey Filippi get to go against Derek Parrish and the boys off Colin here.
Better to be a left guard than to be at center.
Okay.
That's how you look at that, because now you're looking at snap count, you're looking at, snaps, you're looking at a whole lot of things you got to get used to. Whereas at left guard, your job is to protect the quarterback. So let's see what happens.
And on the Cougars side of things, Brandon Campbell is not playing. The USC transfer. Yeah, people do transfer out of USC, not just to them.
Yep.
And Brandon Campbell, the Pearland former star, he is not playing in the backfield, so that might put more pressure on Clayton Tune to run it. But they've also got Sneed and Walker, and Kajon Henry is just phenomenal there. But trying to replace Alton McCaskill, who burnt the Owls last year with 3 touchdowns, 2 on the ground. Stay tuned. Coming up next, we have the starting lineups and the opening kick of this one. Right now, I'd say it's about a third full here, but what we can see here at TDECU Stadium, the fans wisely taking advantage of the upper deck overhang to get in the shade. It is blistering out there. We'll check with Jason Metco coming up next segment, talking about that. It is a bright, sunshiny 95 degrees straight in the sun right now in this one. Owls in the white, Cougars in the red and white. We have the starting lineup. Opening kick coming up next. Bayou Bucket. Don't go anywhere. It's Rice Football from Learfield.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable team transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, mini buses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable team transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at GOWYNNE.com.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Hey y'all, this is Michael Felder, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way through the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your favorite podcast. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
There's no doubt that the win last week against Louisiana was one of, if not the biggest in the Mike Bloomgren era. But this is a rivalry week game. In fact, the 4.6 miles the Owls bus over to play the Cougars today is the shortest road trip in the FBS. And in the offseason, Luke McCaffrey did some driving around of his own, and let's just say he wasn't too happy.
I remember the whole entire offseason, we look at billboards of UH around the city, and you kind of look at it with a disgusting look. And so to have this game, it sticks with you for a little bit longer than others.
I asked Coach Bloomgren during the week if he's concerned about any extra motivation from the Cougars with them coming off a loss.
It's going to be about us. Like, what they do across town is what they do, and I don't know if it matters after a win or a loss. I think right now our team's very motivated. And we aren't coming off a loss. We're very excited about football, and we're ready to get to work. We know they're a very good team. We know how talented they are, and we know it's going to take an extremely good, clean effort by our team to bring that bucket back to Main Street. And that is no doubt our goal.
And even though he's not from our Bayou City, Al-Sar D lineman Ikene Nwachukwu knows how much this one means.
I just feel like, it's like a full-fledged rivalry for me. Like, I definitely have a lot of feelings towards these guys. I definitely want to get revenge for last year. So I'm going to be playing with a lot of emotion, a lot of passion, and with my brothers.
What were you doing in 2001? That was the last time the Owls started a season 3-1, and they try to do that today against the team across town, no less. Let's go. The Owls look to bring the Bayou Bucket back to South Main. We got the call next.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to live play-by-play coverage of Owls football.
At the pass is Constantine looking deep down the left side. It's Stark Matters. He catches 25, cuts at the 10, just like that. Touchdown, Rice Owls.
Owls football is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University and Houston for over 100 years. Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by The Parking Spot. The Parking Spot. We have airport parking.
McCaffrey back at quarterback. Snap. Fake. Roll out to the short side. Right. Walk the ball. Into the end zone. Touchdown. Rice Owls. Green takes the snap. Fakes to Myers. Nothing there. Right. Goes over the middle. Caught. It's caught. Touchdown. Rice Owls.
Now, let's head inside the stadium alongside Nate Griffin. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
Rice Owls and the Houston Cougars. Rice has not defeated Houston since 2010. A losing streak of 6 games. Did not play every year, but Nick Finuzzi that day had 3 touchdowns passing, over 200 yards in the air. Owls had a 20-point first-half lead. Cougars took the lead in the last stanza, but Finuzzi found our boy Vance McDonald in the corner of the end zone with 4 minutes left. U of H could later not convert on a 4th and 1. A big stop by the Owls. Michael Hayes. The Owls are looking to do that and go to 3-1 for the first time since 2001. Captains on the field for the Rice Owls: Wiley Green, Trey Schumann, Shea Baker, and Josh Piercy. We'll have the results of that coin toss in a bit. They're standing on the interlocking U of H logo here at TDECU Stadium, and it looks like the Cougars have won the toss, and they want that football. They have deferred, actually, and they'll let the Owls have the football first. That surprises me a bit, Nate, but your Adidas on your stripe key to a Rice Owls, not just a win, a Bayou bucket win.
Yeah, let's get pressure on Clayton Tune. Number one, defense has to play extremely well today, cover all assignments. They have big receivers that can get out deep and catch the football. Pressure on Clayton Tune. Number two, again, I'm going with TJ McMahon. He's got to be under control today. You cannot throw the ball down the field to the other team. You have to be under control. Let's get it done, TJ.
Jason Mecco down on the Rice Owls' steamy sidelines. Jason, it's not supposed to be like this here on the 3rd or 4th day of autumn, huh?
No, it's not, but it's not all that steamy either. It's comparable, I guess you could say, to late August. 96 degrees, heat index of around 98, so might be a little warm for some. Sea of red here as we're at the U of H Stadium today. And speaking of red, guys, let's watch the red zone play of this Rice Owls football team today. And the 2 wins they've had this season, they are a perfect 12 for 12 in scoring points once they enter that red zone. So let's get into the red zone plenty today and get that dub and get that pick and get that bucket back over to South Main, guys.
Back where it belongs. Thank you, young Jason. Thompson Conference USA in red zone. My key for the Owls in this one is run the ball. Houston has not been able to run the football. It sounds like we always go back to that one, use it as a cliche, but the Owls have to establish a ground game here and play some keep away.
And they've not been able to defend the ground game either, University of Houston. They've got big hitters on defense, no question. But in terms of being able to stop a team that can run the ball, that's what was good about Kansas. They can run the football. UTSA could do the same thing. You going against teams that can run the football, U of H had a problem against them.
Let's go with those starting lineups. First on the Rice side, they'll get the ball back. First, TJ McMahon, the quarterback, junior from Anaheim, California, told me during the week, I want that bucket. See, a lot of athletes on the U of H side of the ball, but we've got some guys that match up with them. The left tackle's Clay Servin. Trey Filippi, his first career start at left guard, the former Montgomery Bear. Ethan Oniano at right tackle for the Blue and Gray, Cinco Ranch product. Lots of Houstonians, obviously, both sides. John Long's not. He's from Lampasas, the right guard. Center is Shea Baker for the Blue and Gray. You'll see Rosner, Esdale, McCaffrey at wide receiver for the Owls, and they use a tight end, Bradley. And we expect Broussard to start in the backfield for the Blue and Gray. Juma Ottaviano is back deep right by Tyson Thompson. But Ottaviano's got most of those returns here this year. Glad that you're with us. Appreciate you on the in-booth feed, Facebook and YouTube, Varsity Network app, and more. Ottaviano lets it roll down to him in between his legs, and it goes out of bounds. But he made some contact with that, and the Owls will be backed up in their own end. That's at the 2-yard line. The Owls will have not much room behind them, but a lot of room in front of them. That Cougars defense, their associate coach, Doug Belt, in charge of the defensive side of the ball. They're the best third down defensive team in the nation last year. Derek Parrish and DeAnthony Jones are the defensive ends. We see Jamichael Neal starting at that nose, and it does not look like they have Chidozie Wankwa listed as the starter, a foster kid from Richmond, but Cedric Williams, a tackle, and he is a good one as well from Omaha, Louisiana. This is a team that's 12th in the nation in tackles for a loss, and they're waiting here. They don't have a timeout on the field, but both teams are near their respective sides. I think they're deciding about where to put the football, but it's lined up at the 2-yard line. Yes, the Owls offense coming out. The rest of that starting lineup for the D. Glad they held the game up for us to get to these starters. Jamal Morris and Donovan Mutant returning AAC All-Conference guy. The linebackers, nickelback is Rogers, Owens, and Hippolyte. Very aggressive safeties, and Hogan and Green are the corners. Owls backed up deep in that closed end. The Cougars cheering section from their own 2. The drive starts to pass, looking left side, camping out the 5-yard line, and Bradley is hit from behind by Hogan, the cornerback, and he gets a gain of 3. So got a little bit of breathing room for a 3-yard gain of field, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, facing the son of T.J. McMahon, that was really a good pass that he threw to Jack Bradley. You got to get the ball to your big guys because we do know that their safeties are very aggressive. They will come up and hit you. They're going to get to the ball. That's what the defense does. They get to the ball. But there are going to be some plays where they're going to be a little bit loose and take some chances where they should. Rice should be able to capitalize.
Parrish is on that left of the offensive side right now. McMahon out of that shotgun, staring into the sun. Handoff to Broussard. Coming left. He is bear hugged and set down in the backfield. He is brought down. No gain on that play. So it's going to be a 3rd down and long for the Cougars. Bankston getting that stop for the Cougars.
I'm really okay with that play, JP, and here's why. You don't want to take unnecessary chances, throw the ball in areas where they know you're going to throw. 2nd and 5 or 2nd and 6 is not usually a play where you're going to throw the football unless you have home field advantage. But in this particular case, run the ball, be safe.
3rd down and 7 at their own 5. Broussard the back. Standing at his own end zone line with McCaffrey right by him. TJ takes the snap of the icy home whites. Sidearm flicks it on the run, caught by Isdale at the 10. Turns it upfield after picking up that 1st down to the 15 and dropped the football. Or did he? Yeah, he just fought for extra yardage there at an angle that it looked like he dropped it. But it will be Rice football. The 1st down. Travarius Owens, senior from Moore, Oklahoma. 14 yards on that clutch play for Esdale. They have been tremendous on 3rd down.
Oh, yeah, that keeps the drive going. Give you a little bit more breathing room, if you will. Esdale coming across the field, and you see JT. TJ has to be on top of his game today. He's got to be able to hit the ball exact.
McMahon, a standard I formation behind him. Johnson, the fullback, blocking for Broussard. 1st and 10. Owls up to the 19-yard line. The snap, hand to Broussard, already turning those legs, brushes off one tackle, and then cuts it right back up the middle. He shed the tackle of Neal, and then he got about 3 yards upfield, and it'll be a 2nd down play coming up. G.J. McMahon, again, the Owls starter at quarterback. They give him 4 yards. 2nd straight start. Threw for 303 yards. Had 3 touchdowns. Did have 3 picks. One going back the other way last week against the Louisiana Ragin' Cajun. And they mark it for a 5-yard gain. 2nd down and 5 for the 24-yard line for your Rice Owls. Right to left as we watch it. This one just getting underway. No score. Shotgun to McMahon. Looks right, throws right, caught by Bradley, a 2nd catch of the drive, turns it outside, and he gets rolled into that Rice-friendly sideline at the 28-yard line by the safety Hippolyte from nearby Fresno at the Hightower High School, Colorado transfer. 4 yards upfield now for the blue and gray. 3rd down coming up.
I really like what they're doing, coming out, throwing to Jack Bradley early. He's a big, tall target. He's a guy you want to go to. You're putting him up against size. That's size against size, and that works out really, really well for the Rice Owls. That's to their advantage.
3 minutes exactly into the game. Rice nothing and Houston nothing as they'll have a stoppage right now. I believe they're talking about a spot to the far way. Ball marked at the 28-yard line.
I thought Jack stuck the ball out there in time or right at the 1st down marker, and he retracted the ball once I thought he stuck it out there. I don't know why they didn't just give him the 1st down. It looked like it was good for a 1st down to me.
Fans filling in here. Very nice, newish stadium the last 5-6 years. Home of these Cougars. Broussard, the tailback in there. Owls have Burnett, that fullback, just off the line to the left. McMahon flexing his arms. Now they go to that power-heavy backfield. 3rd down, less than a yard, 3+ minutes in. Rice nothing and Houston nothing. 10 in the box for the Cougars. McMahon under center turns, hands to Broussard. He leaps into the air, and they spot him at the 30. By the original mark from that line judge, they say he got it. But stand up right now, a 2-yard gain, and the Owls will keep the chains moving. The Cougars mighty proud of themselves. They think they have the stop, but I think they'll move these sticks. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, they have to be. I mean, look, the Rice Owls right now have to be proud about what they're doing. Right now, they're getting leverage. They're winning along the offensive line right now. If they can do that early and get this ground game going, the one thing that the Houston Cougars can't do is make them one-dimensional.
Connors in there as the back for the Owls, sophomore from Kamoela, Hawaii, in Marietta Valley, California. Here's the snap, a turn, a play action to him, running off to the left side as McMahon tosses out the backfield, caught at the 30-yard line, and Bowden Grown, his first career catch, makes that big contact with Tremarcus Cheeks at Mike linebacker. He only got a couple yards on the play, 2nd down and 8. Grown had a catch last week that we thought was his first career grab, but he got wiped out with one of the Owls' penalties. Second down and 8 to 32.
Nice job by Groove from right there near Irvine, University of Irvine, and he came out there. You saw the safety come up and hit it, bounced off, and he was able to get another 2 yards.
Owls are driving our direction. 10:42 of this first quarter. Nothing. Owls started this drive at their own 2. McMahon shotgun. Gives it to Connors. Sprinting right guard. He tries to run behind John Long there, but he falls down. And he does have that good forward lean in between the 38 and the 39-yard line. And that goes for 6. Connors averaging just north of 5 yards per carry on the season. Cedric Williams wrapped him up there. Third down, very short. That's been a good formula so far for the Owls.
So in order to be good on third down, you have to be good on second down. To be good on second down, you have to be good on first down. And right now, the Owls are good on first, second, and third down so far. Am I right, Bobby? 3 for 3?
2 for 2 so
far.
2 for 2. Looking to go 3 for 3.
Just call in early.
Yeah, well, you're known for your predictions. It's third down and a long 2 yards inside the 10-minute mark. Rosner out to the right. There's an I formation behind a squatting McMahon. Snaps, fakes, goes right side. It's caught by Burnett out of the backfield, but he can't break free of that grasp from linebacker Nunnery coming over there from the weak side, and it puts the Owls in a punt situation. They lost a yard on that play to Barnett coming out of the backfield, one of the 3 Owls fullbacks that rotates in there. Connor Hunt will have to punt.
Yeah, here's what's going to have to happen. Rice Owls are going to have to figure out. They're stacking about 8 to 10 in the box on third down. How do you get around that? They've got to figure out how to handle that 10-man box.
Dell standing back at his own 20s, had 2 punt returns for touchdowns this year, called back. He catches it at the 17 on the nice spiral. He gets caught in a phone booth there, and a good job by Ottaviano on that coverage there, and Naikwa helping out on special teams for the small return of the 44-yard punt. It went for 3 yards, and the Cougars will have the ball when we come back. It's Rice nothing, and Houston about to get the ball. 9:04 this first quarter. We come back. This is Rice football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Here's that starting lineup for the Houston Cougars under direction of third-year head coach Dana Holgerson. Cougars 29-10 against current members of the CUSA. Their center is Jack Freeman from Heritage High School in Midlothian. Tyler Johnson, his right guard from Oak Ridge High in Conroe, Texas transfer. Left guard is Cameron Johnson from Shadow Creek. Patrick Paul, the left tackle from Jersey Village, and Lance Robinson at the right tackle. Dana Holgerson's gone on the record. He's not happy with the blocking in the early point of the season so far. The quarterback, of course, is Clayton Toon. Good running quarterback, his second career start against the Owls. Native of Carrollton, former Hebron Hawk there, threw for 236 last year, that big win at Rice. Nathaniel Dell, starting wide receiver. Gabe Taylor, who will be covering him a lot, a fellow Floridian, said he's been more in the slot this year. So you'll see Dell in the slot. Carter, Texas Tech transfer, and Willis Wildcat along there. And Matthew Golden, you'll see one-time Rice recruit Joseph Manjack out there as well. The tight end Christian Trahan and Tajon Henry listed at running back. And the Owls starters on defense. Looks like we have a longer TV timeout, which in this case we don't mind. Ikena Inachuka at one defensive end. Then outside linebacker and rush end is Josh Piercy, the mannequin. Coach Bloomgren saying Monday at the show, doing NFL things and NFL system. Quint Titt, the one nose tackle, but DeBraylon Carroll, good to have him back. Forgot to mention that our Houston Methodist injury report. Isaiah Floyd there too. Expect a lot from Blake Bainish today. Conti and Morrison, the linebackers. The Viper is Chamberlain, Nyakwal, and Taylor. the safeties, this top yardage defense in Conference USA. Rice, Dunbar, and Fresh are the corners. Nate Griffin, Rice in Houston, first series for the Cougs.
I love it, man. I love what the Rice Owls did with their first series. They had it for about 6 minutes, but now they've got to somehow shorten University of Houston's time of possession.
Yeah, what a 10-play drive to start things, but the Owls could not cross midfield. It's 0-0, 9:04 this first quarter. Two now the shotgun. Henry the back by him. Just off Westheimer there, Lamar High School alum, Texas Tech transfer. Back to pass, Toon, pound the football, looking right. Dell finds the spot in the zone. He slips at the 31, turns it back towards the middle of the field, and falls down at the 34 in front of Gabriel Taylor. He goes 13 yards on the Houston first play of the game, and nothing's changed. They like to play fast.
Well, Toon didn't take any time. I mean, as soon as he took the snap, he looked right. He was looking for Dell, and that's where he went.
They are right in front of us. Scoreless first quarter, 8:40. This opening quarter. Toon turning to his left now, saying something to Henry. They have three receivers in a trip set to the left. Back to passes, Toon looking to that left, arcing a deep ball left side, looking to man-jack, back shoulder, and it's out of bounds on the far sideline at the 42. Gabriel Taylor right behind Joseph Manjack. He was at USC, hit the Porter. Owls thought they had a good chance at him. They did not get him, but now 2nd and 10 at the 34.
Yeah, Manjack running that out route, and, of course, you're looking at Gabe Taylor. He had a pretty good leverage on Manjack that time. Manjack with his back to the ball couldn't quite bring it in.
They moved Matthew Golden, one of their best recruits in school history, and that's saying something, out of Klein Kane, 4-star prospect, out to the left. They've got Dell inside. This will be Toon with Henry by him. Takes the snap on 2nd and 10. Likes to run. He spins up the middle. And past that right hash, past the 40, lunges the football forward, but they mark him back at the 40-yard line. Isaiah Floyd from Reedy High School in Frisco brought him down. Two Dallas Metroplex guys colliding there. And a 6-yard run sets up a 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, Clayton Toon can do it on the ground also. 6'3", 220. He's hard to bring down. So when you get him, you better make sure you wrap up on him. Rice Owls right now don't know what to make of this. They need to get a stop before U of H, really get something going here.
Yeah, they have. Contact has been a rumor on Toon so far. That haven't been able to pressure him too much. 3rd down and 4. Big one here. Manjack in motion, far side. Snap to Toon. The interlocking helmet. Now Morrison hits him hard as he floats it left side, high and incomplete at the Rice 40. Taylor right behind him with some safety help from Nyaquan. Hey, I'll say more positive things there as they get some good contact there. Good job by Morrison not finishing through, the way they like to call personal fouls and targeting on defenders these days, but it'll be the old man, the Lane Wilkins, back to punt.
Yeah, you had a little bit of double coverage there. You had a man underneath, man over the top to safety. I like what Gabe Taylor did that time underneath. Every time they run the out route, Gabe Taylor's been on top of it.
Fresh back to receive this Wilkins punt. 28-year-old young man, second oldest player in college football. The punt is deep, and Fresh slides to his right, looking at the sun. It floats down, and he makes that catch, they'll say, at the 16-yard line. 44-yard punt and no return. Exactly halfway through this opening frame. 7:30 to go. Rice nothing and Houston nothing. Timeout on the field. Back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Bayou Bucket continues after this. It's Rice football from their field.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is sleeping. We oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The Parking Spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the Parking Spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Every opportunity is a special opportunity, especially when you're playing someone so close. I remember the whole entire offseason, you look at billboards of UH around the city, and you kind of look at it with a disgusting look. And so, to have this game, it sticks with you for a little bit longer than others. But I know George Nyquil always talks about opportunity on our team, and I think that's something that's so special. So you have an opportunity every play, every game, every practice, every week, and this is another one of those opportunities that holds a lot of weight.
Luke McCaffrey during the week to us in the media about that little extra pep in his step for this one.
Yeah, he definitely had it, and I could tell during the interview. I didn't even put all the good stuff in the interview. I only had 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I needed 5 because he said so much good stuff, about this game coming up and what he thought about this game and how he felt. And I'm telling you, these guys, they're on a mission to beat U of H today. They have the team to do it. And so far in time of possession, Rice is winning that. 6 minutes for Rice. It's 1:30 for the University of Houston. So right now, the defense is doing a pretty good job. Rice defense is doing a pretty good job on the U of H Cougars offense.
And slightly better field position than the last one.
Yeah.
They started at the 2-yard line. This one not too much better at the 16-yard line. Right to left for Rice. 7:30 of the first quarter. 2 old rivals duking it out. The 44th all-time meeting, the 41st time that the bucket has been decided. 6 straight wins for the Cougars in this series. Al's hoping to make a change of that here this afternoon. A bright, sunshiny late afternoon. Out of the shotgun is McMahon. Takes that handoff. Throws right a one-handed stab over the middle by Esdale. He crosses the middle field at the 30, wrapped up by Hogan. Another 14-yard grab by the wise one, Esdale. What a grab. That just stuck on his glove there.
The 26-year-old wide receiver actually was able to snag it out of the air with the one hand, and he brought it into his body. You got to love the way he did that. I'm loving it. He came to play. There's no doubt he came to play today.
Al's quarterback, T.J. McMahon, 6 for 6 from the start. Nothing. Rice and Houston. Trips to his left. Empty backfield. Parrish pressing to his left. Here's the snap. Parrish in his lap. Slides away from him. Running and then stops on a dime. Sheds a defender and got a couple to his right. That could have been nasty. He made 6 feet out of absolutely nothing. He almost lost 6 or 7 yards as Nunnery from Shadow Creek eventually hauls him down. And I credit TJ for a 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 to 33. What an evasive maneuver.
Yeah, that's a good job that time by TJ to elude the defenders. He knew exactly where they were, so he came along and look, I have nobody to throw the ball to. I have nobody to hand it off to. I got to make something happen myself.
How about a play for Rosner out here to the left side with McCaffrey in motion. The tight end hand down is Bradley. Snap, swing out to the left side to Connors on the run, the 30, and he is strung out and can't turn the corner as Cheeks slams him down against the turf and ask him how he's doing, what he's doing for his post-game meal plans, and I'm sure that was it. No gain, 3rd down and 7 coming up for the blue and gray.
Yeah, Jack Bradley that time, that was his assignment to make that block on Cheeks. He couldn't quite get out to that block. Cheeks came up and made the tackle, made the stop. Now, here you are with a long 3rd down opportunity. It's 3rd and 7. You got to be able to convert here.
See what OC Marcus Tuiasosopo draws up. Last week, this offense, season-high 80 plays, snapped the longest winning streak in the nation of Louisiana. 3rd down and 7. Al's right to left. Montgomery and Connors either side of McMahon. 3-step drop. Looks right. Throws over the middle, and it is incomplete to Montgomery at the 39. He would have been shy of the sticks. Had that linebacker, that nickelback, Jason Rogers, staring him down right in front. But it's a first incompletion for McMahon, and the Owls will have to punt it for a 2nd time here this afternoon.
Well, you want to hold the ball longer if you can, try to get something done. Right, that's a chess match between these two teams. Which one is actually going to break out offensively sooner than the other? So Rice seems to be having a little bit more of an advantage here, but they've got to get something going pretty quickly.
Dell back to return this punt for the Cougars. And he stares up and makes that catch at the 15, middle of the field, 20, right on the American Athletic Conference logo. Jukes Nyaqua starts to run upfield, then Nyaqua catches up with him and slams him out of bounds near the Cougars sideline at the 32. A 12-yard return, that 47-yard punt. Timeout on the field. Cougars ball after this. Rice nothing and Houston nothing. 5:15 to go. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
My main focus on him. He's always in the slot now. Usually he was at one last year, but now he's more in the slot 2 or 3. So my focus on him and try to put hands on to make it easier for the D-line to get back home and save time.
That's Gabriel Taylor telling me a couple days ago, out safety this week on Cougar star wide receiver Tank Dell, who actually was pretty familiar with from their high school Florida days. And had some fun. We were both talking to Gabriel Taylor as we exited practice on Wednesday. That'll be a big matchup. The Al secondary, much improved against this talented Houston Cougars receiving core. Rice football today brought to us by Carbach Brewing. Carbach Brewing Company proudly supporting our Rice Owls.
No doubt the secondary is better. And I think, U of H recognizes that. Usually what they'll do, they'll want to go deep. They'll want to test the secondary. But so far, they've not done that. They've kept the game within a pace and within a range, I'd say under 20 to 30 yards, max.
Yeah, big third down stop the last time the Owls were on defense. Look at a couple scores. The tortillas flying out there in Lubbock. Could be the last game for Texas at Texas Tech in a while. Longhorns lead 31-24. Also around Conference USA today, Louisiana Tech is about to start at South Alabama. Charlotte plays at South Carolina. And how about Middle Tennessee? They're going to the fourth quarter now. Middle Tennessee leading at number 25, Miami, 31-17. Memphis leading North Texas, 34-20. We'll go to Jason Metco this drive down on the sidelines here in just a bit. Hot and sweltering down there as Toon assembling the offense. They'll be in a pistol to John Henry right behind him. He had 56 yards rushing last week. Got the tight end to his left, Trahan, a senior from Sulphur, Louisiana, and a 3-receiver set. 5:15 scoreless first quarter. Cougars' second possession. They put Dell in motion. The snap hand to Henry off left tackle. He is squeezed and bent down by Isaiah Floyd. A couple yards on that play. Jason Metco down on the Rice Owl sideline. Seeing anything so far, Mr. Metco?
It is a war of attrition right now, fellas, and Marquise Tuiasosopo telling his offensive players, look, guys, we have the holes. Where to find them is key. Let's just keep doing what we've been discussing all week. So far, so good, guys. Just move a little bit more, I guess.
Yeah, don't we all need to move a little bit more, though? Here's the shot get snap Toon, second down at 8. Here's the snap coming back. Henry gets it out of the backfield, and Conti trying to cut him down. He beats him to the edge. Running up is Henry, and no, Conti did force him out. Henry turned the corner, but his left heel, it looked like, went out of bounds around the 41. It went 7 yards, but he would have still been running if Conti had not been able to force him out there. So third down and short coming up.
That's a maybe. We saw some defenders getting over there, but that's a good stop by Conti that time on a pretty fast guy.
One safety up high. That means man on the outside. Hand off to Henry, trying to chug his way for a first down up the middle, but a flag came in as he clearly got the first down up near midfield. Say his knee was actually down to 46 for Myron Morrison. Brought him down, but a holding on the Cougars.
Yeah, that's a big call for the Houston Cougars and for the Rice Owls defense especially, because just when they thought they had that first down, here comes a yellow flag, and it's a holding call, and that's why you got the first down, because you were holding.
Hey, it ain't Christmas time, but they'll give you gifts. You accept
them. Right.
We'll take Cougars, the most penalized team in the nation in yards, 91 a game, and the number of penalties. They average about 11 penalties per game, and they play behind the chains right now. Third down and 11, south of 4 minutes. It's scoreless. Rice and Houston here. A few more stands coming in the stands here, just off Cullen. Here's the snap for Toon. Looking middle. Got a lot of time on the balls of his feet. Looking right, throwing it high for Dell, and he gets tangled up with Fresh. A flag comes in after Dell made that catch of the 42. So one penalty begats another. This one will go against Fresh, most likely, for the blue and gray.
I thought he was going for the ball, and he was making a play on the ball, but they're going to call that pass interference. They ought to call it off, because that was just a good defensive play. Fresh was being aggressive, and he was going after the ball.
taking their time getting to the call. By the way, Rodney Burnett, the referee.
Holding defense, the penalty's been declined. Result of the play, the first half.
And they got him they had a really bad spot there. It looked like he caught it at the 41, but they're saying, I guess, his forward progress was
they need to recall that
past those chains. Yeah, they're
defense number 1. The 10-yard penalty will be enforced. Automatic first
there you
down.
go. Small difference, but we knew what he meant.
Right.
Well, clearly was a few yards shy of the chains there.
Yeah, you have to make the correct call, and I know, look, they get an opportunity to do that. We don't. We don't.
What are you talking about? We've never said anything wrong, ever. Well, there was that one time back in 86.
Yeah, back in 1986 or whatever it was.
So it's an 11-yard.
So it ends up being an 11-yard penalty. They'll move in the left hash to the 43. Manjack down to the huddle on the right side along with his guy Dell. Tune out of shotgun. No score. Rice and Houston here. 3.5 minutes to go of this opening quarter. Cougars' second drive. They ask Trahan to go in motion. He obliges. And it'll be Tune to the gun, left hash. Puts the hands out in front of him, slight bend to the knees. He takes the snap, throws it right to Manjack. He is bear hugged by Taylor, and then gets some help from Conti here near side. Be a gain of a couple upfield. That was right below us to the 44-yard line. So 2nd down and 8 for Houston. Left to right the last 3 minutes of this first quarter.
Conti doing a good job making his reads and getting to the ball. He also had a little help here from Fresh. But Conti doing a nice job there playing that intermediate zone.
That's Nate Griffin. I'm JP Heath. Appreciate you tuning in for us here this afternoon. And an old classic rivalry here. Owls will be rushing 4 here. We got 7 in the box as Manjack goes in motion to snap, hand to Henry. Does a little prance to the right, zigzags back up the middle, and does a little somersault. The 46-yard line bumped away by Trayshawn Chamberlain. Got him about 3 yards on that play to the 47-yard line, bringing a 3rd down and 5. Cougars this season 5th in the American, 50% on 3rd downs, but that's still top 30 in the country.
And Tayshawn Henry's a guy who can bounce in and bounce out. You got to get a hand on him to bring him down.
Big matchup on the outside to the left. Golden man coverage there by Dunbar of Rice. The right hash, and they've got Walker in the backfield for the Cougars. His first snap. Here's the snap to Tune. Looking left, throwing out to Carter, the former Texas Tech guy. First down and inside, down the 45 to 40 in Al's territory. He got chopped down and out of bounds around the 36-yard line. Carter bumped by Fresh for 17 yards. Houston's best play of the day so far.
Right now, the Cougars are using motion to move the zone. So when they use motion to move the zone, that takes away a defender from that area. All of a sudden, you have an area that's open, and Tune found it.
Samuel Brown got in that tussle on the sideline last week. Gets in there now. He's out to the left. Pistol set. Walker still out there. First down for the Cougars. Here's the snap and a handoff. And Walker will turn his way past the 30-yard line and get about 10 to the 27-yard line. Check that. 21 Sneed, not 29 Walker. And Trayshawn Chamberlain makes another tackle and right at a 10-yard gain. First down for U of H.
Yeah, that time they got better leverage along that offensive line. It was right up the gut of Rice House defense. You normally don't see that with the big guys in there, Quint Tetrie and Isaiah Floyd. That normally does not happen. We'll see if they can make the corrections.
Back still in there is Sneed, left of Tune. Last minute of this opening quarter. First down and 10. Ball at the 25 of Rice. Snap to Tune and gives to Sneed, who will cut us back way back up the middle inside the Owls red zone. The 20, the 19-yard line. 6 yards. Myron Morrison corrals him, but 2nd down and 4. And they don't have to snap it for this last play of the first quarter, but let's see if they do.
They went right back to the same spot, JP. And that's what you don't want to see from Brian Smith. You don't want to see him going back to the well twice. It's not a good thing.
They come up and show as if they're going to run a play here. 13 seconds left in this opening quarter. Tune out of that shotgun. Gets Carter in motion. Here's the snap. Play action on the jet sweep. Throw it inside screen to Golden. Cuts it up the middle. Sheds it back to the 10 to 5. High stepping in the end zone. He crossed the middle of that end zone for the touchdown. 19 yards on that score for the Cougars. They lead 6-0.
Yep. That was that screen, that bubble screen, and you saw a receiver be able to get inside. Tua put it right on the money. Didn't have far to go. Turned on the Jets and he's in the end zone.
It was hard to see. There was an owl that cut him down in that middle, tried to cut him down the middle of the field. Might get a look at a replay here in a second, but Cougars take the 6-0 lead. It was Gabriel Taylor that slipped down. But even if he was there, might not have made the tackle, as Golden makes the first of probably many touchdowns in his Cougars career. Kicks this extra point try. It is up and is good by Bubba Batson from nearby Pasadena. That ends the first quarter. Second quarter coming up next. Cougars 7 and Owls 0. This is Rice football from Deerfield.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights, as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today and go Owls.
I mean, he is explosive. He is violent. He doesn't give up. His pursuit of the ball is really notable. And so we have to play accordingly. We have to match that intensity. We have to match that strain. We have to match that aggressiveness that he plays with, which I think our guys are ready for. I mean, they see how good he is, and they have been practicing so hard to meet that challenge. And I'm really excited for where we're headed right now.
That's Owls offensive line coach Sanders Davis telling me this week about the Cougars star defensive end Derek Parrish. U of H about to be back on defense, but they had a drive down there that capitalized for 7.
Yep, 8 plays, 67 yards, took 5:15 off the clock. It's a 19-yard pass from Tune to Matthew Golden. And bubble screen worked out perfectly that time, and Golden right on the end of it, man. It was coming from the far side, and he ran right towards the middle of the field. Short middle of the field, I might add, and the ball was right there.
And the last play of the first quarter brought us the only points of that first quarter of play, with Houston leading by a 7-0 count. Cougars have been great in the Holgerson era. When they lead after the first quarter, they've won 9 straight games. Under Holgerson, they're 13-4 when they lead after the first quarter. But Houston 7 and Rice 0 here, just starting the second quarter of play.
Again, Rice needs to, when they come out offensively this time, you got to hold on to the ball. You got to be able to have a winning time of possession, and you need to score.
Wow. How about some stats? Houston Methodist leaderboard here after the first quarter. Owls 3 first downs. Cougars had 5 and total yards. Owls 13 plays, 52 yards. Cougars ran 12 plays for 86 yards. Owls punted it a couple times for nearly a 50-yard average in that first quarter. Owls 2 of 4 on third downs. Houston was 1 of 2, and Owls did not get down to the red zone. Heck, Owls did not get into the Cougars' side of the field in that first half.
They did, but their winning time of possession, 8-11 to 6:49. Now, can you convert the time of possession into points? That's what's important. It doesn't matter if you take a minute 41 off the clock. Do you have 6 points at the end of that? So, got to be able to get it done.
Juma Ottaviano back deep for the Rice Owls. Will be coming from our left to our right. Like to welcome our fans. Say a good Houston howdy, watching from inside the booth on Facebook and YouTube, where the Cougars have the early lead right now over the Owls, but just starting this second quarter. Here's TJ McMahon. He was 7 of 8 in that first quarter. Ball hardly hit the carpet, but he only threw for 37 yards. Toon was 5 of 7 for 58.
Well, now the sun's at their back. So, at least for TJ anyway, the receivers still kind of have to look up into the sun, but Now it's a matter of can you control the line of scrimmage, and that's really where the game's going to be, one line of scrimmage, where you can be able to run the ball. That's what head coach Mike Bloomgren wants to do. He wants to be able to pound the rock, and you got to be able to do it against U of H.
McMahon out of that shotgun, takes the snap, hands to Broussard, sheds right, and that is Uriah West. Past the 30, and right below us, he gets near the 32. Tabo Waniki from Denton up there, north of Dallas. Geyer product, Oklahoma State transfer. That stopped, but it went for 7 yards, and a 2nd and 3 coming up.
It sounds like a good way to say that. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
See how I spell them on the boards? That you got to study it here in the league.
You have the phonetic spelling all laid out there.
Cam Montgomery in as the back for the Owls. A pistol set, but West the back to the right of McMahon. 2nd down and 3. Owls to their own 32. Snap, play action West, down the line, option to the right side. McMahon keeping it, and then he gets submerged past that first down marker. Brought down at the 36 by Jamal Morris from nearby Bush High School. An OU transfer, 4 yards. McMahon, we've seen him do that a couple times this year on that option.
Yeah, they ran the option near side here, and of course, they had to make a decision. Did TJ, and he made the right decision. Cam was covered, so no sense in trying to pitch him. That would be 6 points for the defense, and Rice Owls don't want to make any mistakes like that.
Minute into this second quarter, and it is Houston 7 and Rice nothing. West the only back in there now. Montgomery taking a seat. McCaffrey just off the line to the right. The snap, play action West. A little bit of time. McMahon looking deep, going left side, but looking back into the sun. Lunging his roster incomplete inside the 25-yard line. He and Hippolyte going back and forth. Hogan, native here in Houston and Texas Tech transfer. They're helping down the cover. 2nd and 10. Rice at its 36.
Went on the deep post route that time, and they tried to go, the Rosner was covered underneath and over the top, and hard to get that pass in there. But it was a nice throw because TJ had a man in his face. And anytime you can make a throw like that with the defender in your face, the one thing the quarterback wants you to do is to make a catch on the other end. But that would have been tough.
Obviously, a lot of man pressure for this Cougar secondary. What they're known for, Art Green on the outside guarding McCaffrey. 13:40, clock stopped in the second quarter. 2nd down, the Owls need 10. Snap, McMahon bluffing the option to the right. He'll keep it and get popped for a gain of a yard. Tough California kid. Laya on that tackle. And 3rd down and 9 now.
Well, TJ's not trying to prove how tough he is. He's making sure that on the option, he doesn't pitch into an interception. That's what he's doing. So he's really making a very, very smart call there. It's 3rd and 9. It's still it's not manageable. You just have to be able to make a play if you're TJ.
Owls on 3rd downs this year. Top 25 in the country at 51%. Broussard the back to the right. McCaffrey in motion. 3rd and 9. The Owls are 2 of 4 on 3rd downs. Back to pass. McMahon looking left, going left. Too tall, incomplete. The 42. Looked like McCaffrey held up a little bit. Kind of got by Rogers, that nickelback. Had a step, but they couldn't get it sync. And the Owls will have to punt for a 3rd time here on the ball game, trailing the Cougars 7-0.
Usually what a receiver will do, if he can't outrun the coverage, he'll come back towards the ball. But that time, the defensive back actually got caught behind him. And so it would have been wise for McCaffrey to keep going. They'll work that out along the sideline. That was far side. They'll work it out.
Back to punt is Hunt. Had a season high earlier. The kick is deep to Dell. Actually bounced in front of him, and then it bounced over Kobe Campbell. He turned around about a 7:20 there as he was looking for that football in the sun. And then Dell took it and zipped it around the near sideline for a few yards on that return of the Hunt boot. And the Cougars will have it coming after this. The ball's on the 23-yard line. 12:45 to go, second quarter. Cougars 7 and Rice nothing. A 46-yard punt there for Hunt and a 4-yard return. Back after this in the Bayou Bucket. This is Rice football from their field.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Dale's an awesome player. You got to know where he's at all times. He can take a short, screen pass and take it to the house. So we got to account for him for sure. And you've got a few new guys up front on the offensive line, still kind of gelling there. Too, he's got great vision and playmaking ability. He can throw it as well as run it. So we have to account for him anytime you're playing a quarterback that's multifaceted like that presents different problems for you.
That's defensive coordinator Brian Smith scouting out the Cougars offense to me when he joined me on the Mike Bloomgren show this past week. I wish we could plan it like this, but Nate
I love this spot. Acme Oyster House. Here's to red beans and rice. University. Acme Oyster House is a proud sponsor of Rice football. After the game, come join us for a fried seafood platter, some red beans rice, a shrimp po' boy, some red beans rice, or a dozen jar-filled grilled oysters. Acme, the best little oyster house in Texas, some red beans and rice.
Yeah, it's not to that point yet, but a reminder, as Metco and I were talking before the game, but you assume my role with my weird basketball quirky schedule. Nate will be hosting a lot of those shows, get you some red beans and rice.
Yes, sir.
They're just off Westheimer there. So Toon, staring into the sun, got some shadows to the left of him along this sideline into the end zone the other way. This is definitely the sun side of the field as Strahan, the tight end, goes in motion. Wearing that number 3, native of Carrollton up in Dallas, former Hebron Hawk. The snap, play action, Toon looking right, goes to man-jack, and it is complete. Good on tackle there by Nyakwal to bring him down. It could have been a lot nastier up the middle. Goes to the 38-yard line. A 16-yard gain. Man-jack. Ball just stuck to his hands there for that first down.
Yeah, they're picking on the middle of the field now is what University of Houston is doing. So underneath coverage is what Rice is willing to give up. They don't want to give up the long ball over the top.
With Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath. Appreciate you tuning in wherever you are. That second quarter shout-out's coming in a bit. Shotgun to Toon. Handoff right side. Henry will turn around the right end, but he goes into a little somersault as Dunbar started a hit on him. So they could not turn the corner. So they go no gain on that play. Second down and 10 on that right hash for the Houston Cougars.
Clay, too, is cool because it's hard to get pressure on him. That's the problem. And so right now he's kind of delivering what the Houston Cougars need to get done to be able to convert third downs into first downs and keep the ball moving down the field.
Owls have moved Inachuka over on the right side. They have 3 down right now. Quintet, the other defensive end, and Banish there. Check that Floyd there in the middle. Second down and 10 from their own 38. Leading 7-0. Toon back to pass. Hums it over the middle. Caught the Houston logo, but batted around. Owls diving for it. They may have it. A fumble and interception, fumble, one way or another. Morrison comes out of there with the football, and I think it deflected off of the Cougars. And yes, Rice will have that man-jack, who did a great job getting to the football, but then he took a hard hit, and then it popped up, and Morrison ended up with a turnover for the Rice Owls.
Well, that's one of the keys right there. You got to be able to hit them hard, put a helmet on them. Brian Smith talks about this all the time. And generating turnovers, you got to have some takeaways. We saw that's one takeaway right now. They'll take some chances in the middle of the field. That time, one too many. And remember, we said it earlier, they'll do it at the behest of the defense being able to take advantage. So, big-time play there for the Rice Owls defense.
The milkman, Trayshawn Chamberlain, forcing that fumble. The 5'10 redshirt junior from Greenwood, South Carolina, former All-State running back, and down his path to Rice. First time the Owls have taken a snap from inside the Cougars' territory is after that turnover. The Owls are forcing their 4th fumble of the season. Rosner in motion as Rice trails 7-0. Almost 4 minutes into the second quarter. Snap McMahon looking middle, throws, but it's high and batted away for Rosner at the 35. He had Hogan right behind him in coverage, former Texas Tech Red Raider, and it's 2nd and 10 at the 47.
I don't know if Brad's having problems seeing the ball or if that's just a good defensive play. It was a little bit of both. He's looking directly back into the sun. You're going to have to throw a pass that is behind his back, sort of an out pattern, maybe a deep ball, a 9 route or an 8 route. You got to do something to give the wide receiver a little bit more advantage.
Snap, McMahon coming back to pass, looking right, throwing on the slant, caught by McCaffrey, breaks a tackle and cuts it out. First down, the 35-yard line, and down to the 32. McCaffrey brought down by Waniki, 15 yards. First catch there for McCaffrey for the Rice Owls, and I did want to amend something there. That was an interception by Moore, so there's no forced fumble, but it was a big hit there by Chamberlain that resulted in that turnover earlier.
That was a huge interception by Morrison. I believe he had one last week as well, right?
He had a half a sack. He did not have a pick.
Okay.
But former Atascocita star, this game has to mean a lot to him. Inside the 11-minute mark, second quarter, Owls have it first down. Here's the snap, McMahon looking left, throwing deep down the sideline. Tussling is Rosner, jump ball, caught at the 5. Rolls backwards and down to the 2 in front of Art Green, but there's laundry on the field. Yellow laundry to be specific. Free play came, and it worked out for the Owls as the Cougars were offside, so a gain of 30.
Yeah, that's going to be offsides. On the defense, that was a big play that time. Great play that time by Bradley Rosner, getting up in the air against a very athletic cornerback and bringing it down. They're about to tie this game up, JP. I'm liking it.
It is close. Owls in that red zone. They have been great in the red zone. Their last 2 games, both wins, 12 for 12 on the red zone opportunities. Broussard is the back. Johnson blocking for him as they put 5 pet there. I've been waiting for 330 pounds of tight end just off the line to the left with Trey Filippi moving to left guard that opened up that spot. Here's the big crowded backfield. They put Pepe in motion, taps the guard on the fanny, hand to Broussard, jumps over the pile, leans into the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls, touchdown, Ari Broussard. Owls about to tie this one up here at the Cougars.
That is the way you come right back. After the Cougars score, you come back and you score yourself. They did everything right that time. Go ahead and throw the ball down the field and test those defensive backs. You got big, strong wide receivers. Bradley Rosner, 6'5". Go ahead and put him up against a 5'10" or 6'1" or 6'2" defensive back. They did that, and it comes up roses.
2-yard run for Broussard. He's had a nose for the end zone. Already his 5th touchdown of the season. The hold is put down by McMahon. Advanced Sickles swings that North Carolina right leg through and boots it up the yellow uprights to our right. And we are tied up, folks. Rice taking advantage of the turnover. They have tied it up with the Cougars 7-7, 10-19 of this second quarter. We'll be back after this here from TDUCU Stadium off Pullen Avenue. This is Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
10-19 remaining in the second quarter. Right now, Rice Owls have tied this game. We got a 7-7 game on the strength of a 4-play drive, 47 yards. A minute, 3 seconds is all it took. It was a 2-yard run by Ari Broussard, but the big pass play from T.J. McMahon to Bradley Rosner for 30 yards is what set up that 2-yard run by Ari Broussard. Jason Metco, you've got something going on downstairs, I should say.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nate. Yeah, we have the return of the turnover paraphernalia, the regal ornaments, we're calling them, of the royal blue cape. That has made an appearance, despite the fact that it's almost 100 degrees out here today. And we also have the return of the royal turnover stick, I guess we want to call it. I don't know. We have an official name for that. We'll check on that. But, fellas, let's just think the last couple of games here, turnovers have been so key, especially on the defense. More importantly, points off turnovers, a perfect example right there. Let's see more of this royal blue stuff and the swag as we move through this one, fellas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Metco. Looking at the turnovers forced combined, the Owls top 80, so not even top half of the country in turnovers forced, but that was a timely one for sure. Rice football this season brought to us by Yingling. Flight by Yingling, next generation of light beer for those who don't follow trends but craft them. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, official beer partner of Rice Athletics. Now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. 7-7 game, Rice and the Cougars.
I like the body language I'm seeing right now, JP, and I think you've got some impressive numbers as well.
Get to those here in a second as the big-legged Hawaiian about to tee this one up from the right hash. You've got their star kickoff return guys back there, Golden and Sawyer, and it's low to Sawyer the 5, sprints at the 20, and a great job. Peyton Stevenson on special teams for the Owls. He corrals him down close to grabbing him around the collarbone, but no damage done across the 26 is where they'll start this one. But the Owls and the Cougars here tied at 7. 10-14 to go. U of H about to get the ball back.
Yeah, I thought what I saw was Stevenson trying to grab the ball, trying to create another turnover. And that time, look, they're playing very aggressively. University of Houston not letting anything get into the end zone. They're bringing everything out. So let's see how we play defense now.
Owls 82 passing yards, Houston 74. Both teams have under 30 yards rushing as Toon takes the snap, and he dumps it out to the right side. Great open field tackle by Morrison. He was waiting there for Snead to come up to him, and he dropped him for a big loss. See, they mark it around the 22-yard line, 5-yard loss by the present indication, 2nd and long for Houston.
That was a tackle for loss, a disguised pass play, if you will, out of the backfield, and Morrison was able to read it. He has been a very valuable cog at the linebacker position.
I'd like to know where you're watching and listening in at Rice Owls Voice, at Color Analyst. You can tweet us and you can comment on the YouTube and the Facebook streams as well here. 7-7, Rice and Houston. Here's the snap to Toon. Sees pressure from both sides. Looks right, throws right, and Henry dropped by Conti at the 20-yard line. The Wyckoff, New Jersey product said, He dropped him for a couple more yards. We haven't said Conti's name a lot because the Owls defense has really been a team defensive unit, but Conti was not letting Henry get by him there.
Is right. And you see what they're doing. East to west. They're doing a great job of laterally picking up the offensive guy. And when they do that, they're bringing him down. They're making the tackles.
Right to left. Houston 1-2 on third downs under the 9-minute mark. Rice 7 and Houston 7. Out of the shotgun again is Toon. We'll say that all day. Looking left, pressured by Piercy. He is dropped. Piercy over there. Inachuku helping out too, but Piercy will get that sack as 3 consecutive drops behind the line of scrimmage for the Owls. Cougars went only backwards there on that one, back to the 13-yard line.
Now you're starting to see the defense that the Cougars really want to play. This is the same kind of defense they played the last couple of weeks. The Owls, the Owls played the last couple of weeks. They wanted to play like this against USC. I had to say it. Had to bring it up. Now you're saying it.
Fresh back. Maybe he can flip this field. Stands at his 39 as the punter Wilkins staring into the sun. They almost got that one. Otobiano near the block. End over at punt. Coming back fresh, making that fair catch of the 36. Steering up into the sun. And the closest Cougar down there gets close to him, but a 50-yard punt as the Owls will take it after this break. 8:07 of this second quarter. Rice 7 and Houston 7. 8:07 of the second quarter. Back after this. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the year. Shoppers makes it so easy with just a few clicks at our website. We dare you to compare. Go see our specials by Googling Shoppers at SHOPPAS. Build the tractor package of your dreams with our Build It, Price It, Own It tool. And we'll deliver your John Deere tractor for free. The best for less at Shoppers, all things John Deere.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
One of the many ways to listen to Rice House broadcasts on the Varsity Network app. Mike Bloomgren Show, our game broadcast on there, along with most other teams in the country. You can also find us on the Rice House Game Day app, ricehouse.com, and the football schedule page, or that live audio section. And the Owls Facebook and YouTube pages have our in-booth feeds for every game and every Mike Bloomgren Show at Acme Oyster House. I'd like to know where you're listening and or watching in, and how you're watching, what you're up to. This second quarter shout-out segment got Marcus and Steven, the Nash brothers, both syncing us up while watching us using syncmygame.com. Hey, just check out the new edition. Got us a new camera there.
Nice.
A little crystal clear. Maybe not Fox 26 quality, but it is not too bad.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be Fox 26 quality, but it's obviously a wider angle. So that makes it much better. They can see more of Bob.
As long as you're the better looking one still, right?
They can
Let's
see
go down
more
on
of Bob.
Let's go down to Jason Metco, a relaxed, so to speak, Rice House sideline. Am I putting that right, Jason?
Very much so. After that defensive stop, which, when you think about it, guys, kind of like was a turnover because they pushed him back so far on that drive, and now excellent field position to start here offensively for the boys. Yeah, very professional, but also relaxed. Seems that whatever nerves, if there were any before the game, those have been evaporated. Let's see what the offense can do here.
Yeah, Al's definitely playing with some swagger, started with that turnover. And then they marched down, they got a score, and then 3 straight plays behind the line of scrimmage for that Al's defense as the sun patches are being covered over by some shade as we get deeper here into this game. And I got Montgomery there squatting in the backfield right by McMahon. He puts the tight end Welsh in motion. Isdale, the near side receiver, ball will be snapped from the right hash. Hands in front, comes a little low. McMahon gives to Montgomery, sheds one tackle, explodes on the right side past the 40, and he will slip his way up to the 44. Brought down by Hogan there. A gain of 7, and even he was a little slow getting out of the gate. That shows you that speed of Montgomery. Second down and 3.
Boy, University of Houston Cougars loaded up the right edge of their defense, and they brought it. However, the play was running near side, so Cam was able to run away from the defense, and that was a gain of 7 on first down on the run play.
Esdale limps off to the far sideline. Tyson Thompson from Spring, Klein High School HBU transfer, getting some reps on that left side. 4 wide receivers. McMahon puts Montgomery to his right. 7.5 to go in this second quarter. Tied at 7. Shotgun snap. Play action. McMahon looks right. He got Weisner on a slot in Cougars territory. First down, the 45 and to the 41. He just slipped by Art Green. 15 yards. Beautiful recognition on that man coverage by McMahon for Weisner.
That's a swag play right there. And I love the way he took the snap. He stopped, looked, he was very composed, and then he released. And that's swag. I mean, that's having confidence in your offensive line. Didn't have to worry, just let it roll. And, of course, Rosner made the nice snag out of the air.
Cam in there as the tailback, 7-7, under 7 to go. Back also out there is West. Here's the shotgun snap. Check that, Broussard. They pitched it around left side to Kobe Campbell. Getting a block to 40, 35. Campbell sprinting left side to 20, the 15, the 10, and just nudged out of bounds. They're going to say he went out of bounds at the 7. Art Green saved 6, but 34 yards for Kobe Campbell around the left end for a big Owls game, their best of the night so far.
I told you it was Kobe Campbell time a little bit earlier.
In the break, he did say that,
Kobe Campbell time. I tell you what, they did what is called a reverse pitch that time. Kobe Campbell with all that speed. I want to see him break one tonight, but he got very, very close. Nice play that time, and now they're starting to go into the playbook.
A career-long 34-yard run for Kobe Campbell, Missouri City Hightower kid, pound for pound. Hans Straub, the strength coach, saying earlier the strongest guy on the team. Back still is Broussard. Snap. And looking right side, complete from McMahon to McCaffrey, sheds a tackle to the 5, and then 4 teammates come in to join Art Green for the tackle, led by Nunnery, to stop McCaffrey from breaking that play. They stop him, let's see, at the 2-yard line. We'll see what they give him on that play, 5-yard gain.
You cheated him. It was 6. It was 6 on the tackle of McCaffrey that time.
Among others.
Yes,
right?
yes. Who says he talks to his dad for 2 hours every week about playing receiver. You know, his dad was a great receiver with the Denver Broncos. Ed McCaffrey was the man.
He could play.
Yes, he could.
McMahon, 11 of 15 for 102 now. And McCaffrey goes out of the huddle. McMahon putting guys in their spots. They've got Gruen, the tight end, in motion. Rosner to the right. 5 to snap into that Cougar student section in. Hand to Broussard. Walks the dog into the end zone. They give it to him? Yes, they did. Touchdown, Rice Owls. Another one. He dump trucked Tremarcus Cheeks there to the end zone, and the Owls have the lead, 13-7.
Dump truck them is right. I'm loving boat race, dump truck. I love it all. And you saw that time, the offensive line, they are manhandling the Cougar defensive line up front. That's what you had to have. The big boys have to be able to win in the trenches, JP.
Owls looking for 14 unanswered here. McMahon the hole. Deep snap coming from Jacob Wilson from Pittsford, New York. And it is up, and it is through end zone to our right. Rice 14 and Cougars 7, 5:13 of this second quarter. Timeout on the field. Back right after this here from TDECU Stadium. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
When he is on, he is as hard to deal with as maybe anybody we played, except for that guy in that first game, right? Like Clayton Toon's spectacular as well. And the thing that's sneaky is he's got good arm talent. He does a good job distributing the ball, but like he's a sub-11 flat 100-meter guy. Like he can really roll, and that's what gets lost until he breaks out of the pocket. And you're like, oh goodness, there it goes. So I think that's a great challenge for our defensive front this week to get hits on Clayton Toon and to do a great job corralling him so he can't get out of the pocket.
Dunleavy Family Head football coach Mike Bloomgren talking about Clayton Toon and that Cougars offense, but it's been the Owls offense these last 2 drives, 14 unanswered points for the guys from South Main.
5 plays, 63 yards, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. The 2-yard touchdown run by Ari Broussard gives him 2 touchdowns on the day, both of them 2-yard touchdown runs. McMahon is now 11 of 13 for 103 yards. Kobe Campbell was a big play in that last drive, 33 yards, got him down to the 2. So far for the Cougars today, 4 plays, a 2-yard touchdown, 5 plays, a 2-yard touchdown. And the last 2 drives for the Houston Cougars, 3 plays, a pick, 3 negative plays. It just has not worked out well for them early on.
Rice will be kicking it off. We'll check with Jason Metco after this kick return, if there is one. 5:13 to go. Rice doubling up the Cougars of Houston, 14-7. And Ford about to tee this one deep. It's not really a direct east-west field, but it's back over to our left, so it's kind of off the tilt. Usually you have the north-south fields, but a little bit of sun shining in here, guys, on that right side looking in here. Owls dominating on the offensive side, 174 total yards as this one will be returned. Coming up here by Sawyer, up the middle, gets blasted down past the 25. He had broken one big crease, and good job by the Owls knocking him down there.
13 lit him up. Let's call it what it is. It was 13 that came with the passion, and of course, that was
Lamont Narcisse.
Lamont Narcisse.
Cougars 89 total yards right now as they methodically come up to the line of scrimmage, going right to left. Appreciate you tuning in here. A lot of folks listening in, watching. 8 seconds to snap it now. Cougars driving in, looking into the sun. Manjack, receiver to the right side. Back to pass is Toon. Pressure comes in. He slides up in the pocket and runs, and he gets hit by Nyquil past the 30-yard line. So Toon can use those legs. He got about 3 yards, but George corralled him there. They will give him a couple there. 2nd down and 8, past the 30.
Good he got him there, because he was off to the races had that tackle not been made. There wasn't a defender in front of him for at least 10 yards. So you talk about a guy, you got to make sure if you're coming off the edge, you got to make sure you have a spot there for Toon.
Toon, a 3-year captain, backed up Derek King. 35th consecutive start, the 5th longest in the country here. 2nd and 8, throw 30. I'll show some pressure from Morrison. Here's the snap, a straight handoff right side, and Henry will run into Titt and get dropped. Quint Titt, the graduate transfer from Abilene Christian. A loss of a yard on the play, or are they going to give him a yard, actually? Difference for a few feet there, but yeah, they gave him a yard. 3rd down now and 7.
Defense is just not to be denied today. I mean, they are really doing a good job of getting off their blocks, and you can see they're doing different things up front, especially being able to break down the ball carrier, getting to him quickly.
U of H 1 for 3 on 3rd downs, under the 4-minute mark. Rice 14 and the Cougars 7. They stack the receivers to the left. Here's the snap from Toon. Looking right, throwing right, caught by Dell, turns it outside. Dunbar pushes him out of bounds to that right sideline past the 46-yard line. Hard to keep Dell in front of you too much. 14 yards, call it 13 yards upfield. Gerard Wiltshire, the talented secondary coach for the Owls, he was telling me it's kind of like a box-in-one in basketball. You got to keep an eye on him because he can't give him that open space. Toon going to air it out, this time deep down the right sideline. And speaking of Dell, dropped him in the basket. Flag comes in. He's inside the 20, the 10, and he's out of bounds around the 3-yard line. This looks to go against Rice, or they're going to call it on the Cougars. Cougars are clapping here.
Yeah, that's going to go. That's going to be pass interference offensive.
Pass interference, offense number 1.
Yeah, you can't push off. He extended his arms. Anytime you extend the arms, if you're a receiver, that's pass interference.
Remember what I said about those gifts?
Yeah.
You won't turn them down. The most penalized team in the nation. Right. Cougars giving you a couple big gifts there.
That's right.
That would have stood to go inside to the 3-yard line. So about a 47, and over a 50-yard gain there.
They're actually showing it on the big board there.
55-yard gain. It indicates, of course, the Cougars fans don't like it. Brown out of the huddle to the left side with Burns.
They're going to try the same play
from Chicago. Stack the receivers both ways. Right hash, snap Toon, hand left side. And Sneed looking to turn his way around the left corner, meets Conti up to the 35-yard line, 5 yards. 3 minutes, 6 seconds left. Second quarter, Rice 14 and Houston 7. We'll get to the 35-yard line. 2nd down, they need 20.
And right now, the Rice Owls playing with a lot of understanding of what the Cougars are trying to get done. They've not run that ball very much to the middle of the Owls defense as of the last 9 or 10 plays.
Kashawn Carter, receiver to the right. They've still got Sneed as the back. Toon takes the shotgun snap, puts it on the hip of Sneed, runs right past Banish, and then sprints his way around the 40, and then Conti will corral him and bring him down after a 6-yard gain, but still not close to that original line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 14 for Houston. Knock on the door. 2 minutes left of this second quarter, and a timeout called by the Owls.
Banish right now is sort of limping around out there. Might need to check and see what's going on with him, Jason Netco.
Well, I do have an update, fellas, on Isaiah Esdale. He was injured in that last offensive drive, looking at his right ankle. He taped it up and gave me actually the thumbs up as he was wearing some drills, and on that right ankle, he should be back in the next series.
Great guy, great leader, big catches so far for the Owls. Owls have 7 different receivers that have caught those 11 completions from TJ McMahon, who's 11 of 15. Kobe Campbell's led the Owls with 1 carry for 34 yards here. And the Owls calling that timeout so they could try to get the ball back here at the 2:25 mark right now.
Got some scoring updates for you, JP. Middle Tennessee now leading Miami. You ready?
Yeah.
45-31, 5:54 remaining in the fourth quarter. They are doing that at number 25 Miami. That is amazing. Tennessee right now leading Florida 38-27. Texas Tech and Texas 34 tight going into overtime. That's where they are. Ole Miss leading Tulsa 35-27. And there's one more big score that we're going to have here for you shortly. A&M and Arkansas underway. No score in that game.
Memphis has started. Memphis has defeated North Texas 44-34. They're in Memphis. Third down and 14. Ball at the 41-yard line. They're 2 out of 4 on third downs. And they put Walker back in there as the back to the left of Toon. Back to pass on third and forever. Looking left. It's not there for Brown. Back to pass. Now he goes deep down left side and high for Dell. Incomplete the 30, and a flag comes in. Marcus Williams there in coverage near side with Taylor, but
that's a weak call. If they're going to call pass in the first one. Oh, come on.
Yeah, that'll be, we don't have the officials mic'd, but yes, indeed, it was a few yards over the head of Mr. Dell. Looking at a glance of the replay to the left side, and
they touch him.
Yeah, I mean, they a little contact.
They got shoulder to shoulder, but that's not considered pass interference. As long as you don't impede the progress of the receiver, and he didn't. Not on that route anyway. It's an underneath route. He's running left to right.
We're at the 44-yard line. Toon still some slivers of sunshine there. Top of that interlocking U of H logo. First down the 44. He shows it to Henry. Takes that handoff. Breaks a tackle 40 left and gliding to the 30. Bounces it back left side. And Chamberlain wraps him up and slams him down at the 26-yard line. It's a couple of big back-to-back plays. 18 yards, the highest for Henry so far here tonight. And the Cougars driving. They want to speed it up. They got to Toon out of that shotgun as he's been all day. Shows it to Henry again. Bounces right, trying to cut it back underneath, and he is stymied there. Got a yard on the play to the 25. Second down and 9 coming up. 1:50 left. Clock still moving. Owls have 2 timeouts. Houston has all 3 in this second quarter.
I'm looking at Blake Vanish. He is a large individual. At 6'3", 324 pounds. And he is getting in the way of most of the running plays. And on that same side, you've got the mannequin, number 12. And that's Josh Piercy at 6'2", 243. And he's nothing but a muscle. And it's really, really tough to run on that side of the field.
He and Inachuku switch ins. Second down and 9 to the 118 mark. Rice leading Houston 14-7. Snap Toon. Little pass option play. Dunk to the right side. Caught by Manjack inside the 25. Goes down to the 20-yard line as they bluff that handoff. And it eventually goes for 5 yards down near the 20. We have a stoppage on the field. Cougars call their first timeout, a 30-second stoppage. Well, what do you got? 3rd and 4 here. 1:08 left. Time's really not a concern, but you do have an Owl down on his knees getting tended to around that 23-yard line.
Well, U of H is just trying to figure out what they want to do. But they don't want to squander this drive because it's probably been one of the best drives they've had. What second best drive they've had today. So they don't want to squander the drive, and you've got to call the right plays against this defense, Rice defense, because they have been extremely aggressive against the run. They've allowed some plays, but they've made some big plays. The one where Myron Morrison was able to actually cause a turnover, and that was a takeaway for the Rice Owls. They do not want that to happen, so they're making sure they have the right series of plays here.
It's an all-Houston affair. We got some fans up in the Dallas area watching in. Paul gives us a shout-out watching in from Louisville on the In the Booth feed. And wherever you are, whatever you're doing, thanks for bringing us along here this Saturday night. As yes, it was George Nyquil that got helped up. Senior from Aldine, Eisenhower. And this is anything but the old man shakes his fist at the cloud. Not a 30-second timeout here. Why do they say 30 seconds? I don't know. But all go away now. It goes to the 20-yard line. Big 3rd down and 4 coming up.
Well, now Qual's back on the field. You want to have your veteran on the field, and that's what's important, especially on this big 3rd. That's a huge 3rd down here, JP. The half could turn on whether or not, the Houston Cougars actually convert here.
Yeah, 2 of 4 on their 3rd downs. They bunch Golden with 2 other teammates, Carter and Dell. That's a big triumvirate of receivers to the left. Now it's that Marcus Williams, the safety, coming up with some help. 3rd down and 4 at the Rice 20-yard line. Toon, with some sunshine in his eyes, takes the waist-high snap, looking left, pressure by Inachuku, steps up, throws left side towards the end zone, towards Dell. It's incomplete. Left sideline, Williams says, no, sir. The freshman safety has been really good, tied with the team lead in tackles coming in. Now 4th down and 4, that's big, because it looks like the Cougars will bring on Bubba Baxa to try to boot up a field goal here.
Yeah, the fans aren't happy about that, but Cougars want to get something out of the drive. Again, you don't want to squander the drive trying to go for it on 4th and 4. If you wanted them to go for it on 4th and 4, they're not going to do that. So that's a win for the Rice Owls. They held them to 3 versus 7.
Ball's in the 27, so a 37-yard field goal. The holder is the punter, Wilkins. Baxa, straight on kicker, boots it up, and end zone to our left. It is up, and it is good. Officials the hands in the air, and the Cougars do not go away empty on that drive. Put a 3 on the board. It's 14-10. Rice over Houston. 58 seconds left. First half of play, second quarter of action. Good game here.
It's a very good game, and 58 seconds left. You say, okay, we don't want to take any chances if we're Rice. But I still think you have to run your 2-minute offense to see what you can get. And if you stand a chance to score 3, if you get 3 out of this by moving the ball, depending on what your spot is after the kickoff, let's see what happens.
The Owls really made Houston work on that drive for that 37-yard field goal from Baxa. 10 plays, 52 yards, and it went 4:08. Field goal by Baxa. They're saying 30, yes indeed, 37-yard field goal from Baxa. Owls have Thompson and Ottaviano back deep. Juna, the deeper guy, to our left. Let's see how, even though you're close to home, technically on the road, we'll see with Houston getting the ball to start the second half, how aggressive the Owls come up here. That would start with a good return. Ottaviano looks to return it from the 1-yard line, middle of the field. Here we go, across the 15, runs into a fray, and then gets turned over and dropped out of bounds by Mike Welch on the special teams unit.
Oh, yeah. I think I see 17 in the huddle? If I see 17 in the huddle, you know what's about to happen. So if 17's in that huddle,
explain who 17 is.
Kobe Campbell. There you go. And he's a speedster on the squad. And that does not surprise me one bit. They may try to throw the ball deep, and let's see what we got here.
Yeah, that does not speak to being conservative as McCaffrey turns him around and puts him on the left side among 3 receivers. Esdale back in. The Owls go empty here. Connors out of the backfield by Esdale to the right. Rice 14, Houston 10. 53 seconds left, second quarter from the shade. Going over the middle, and a flag on the play as it's caught at the 24 by McCaffrey. See if this is an offsides on the Cougars or not. They've got 2 penalties on the day. Rice has 2.
Yeah, that's definitely a strange-looking flag. I don't know why he would throw that. It's no need for offensive pass interference.
Derek Parrish trying to say it's on the Owls, but he does not have a big vote on the matter. Rodney Burnett and his crew discussing around the 20, and it will be a motion against Rice. So first down and 15.
Well, that just changes everything.
I wouldn't mind a couple knees here and just go into the break.
That changes everything now. When that penalty happens, that kind of changes everything. You can take a shot at it here with 48 seconds, but what you don't want to do is give up a big play. So see what happens.
Stay tuned. We'll have an interview on the field. Jason Metco and Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomgren. Rice 14, Houston 10. 48 seconds left on a 1st and 15. The officials trying to get something straight on this near side around the 10. On the right hash, Roger the only receiver in that direction.
Look far side, JP. Look far side.
Yeah, Montgomery on the outside with Ugo guarding him.
Nope. 17.
And here is the shotgun for McMahon, pass comes in. He runs away, pulls away to his left, avoids his safety, running up to the 10, lobs it left side, caught by Campbell at the 30, and he goes out of bounds. Clock stopped at the 32-yard line. So they do get the first down of 17 yards. First and 10, 32-yard line.
Boy, that
2 seconds left, sorry.
That changes things. T.J. McMahon feeling the pressure, feeling the heat, and got out of the kitchen. And that was a big throw that time to Kobe Campbell, who saw his quarterback in trouble, came back towards the ball. Now that does change things.
32 seconds left, 13 to snap it here. Here's the pass for McMahon. Looking left sideline. Rosner looking back into the sun, reaching over the back. Al's wanting a holding call there on a Hippolyte, that safety, but incomplete. And second down and 10 coming up at the 30.
As much as I like to say that was a holding call or pass interference, the ball was actually underthrown. So because of that, I think you have to. Okay, that's just one of those deals. TJ, throw a little farther out. TJ, you got him.
Just a little bit extra on there.
Yep, just a little bit more.
McMahon out of that shotgun. Second down and 10, the 27-second mark. That's a pass is McMahon. Looking left, shovels it ahead, pushes a pass, caught by McCaffrey at the 35-yard line. And then Hippolyte shoves him out of bounds. They say he keeps going. Nunnery helped out on that tap. Yes, he stayed in bounds. 13 seconds left. And the Owls will let it run off here as Derek Parrish is down on the field. The Cougars hate to see that.
They need to put some more time back on that clock.
He's their star defensive player. And 7 seconds left as of right now. Third down and 3.
Please reset the game clock to 9 seconds.
9. Split the difference, huh? I thought it'd be 10.
Parrish, a standout, leads the nation in quarterback pressures. 2 weeks ago at Texas Tech, had 4.5 sacks, and 2 extra TFLs, and a forced fumble. But 9 seconds left. Be a key development in this game. You hope the young man from Pearland is okay. So Rice 14 and Houston 10. Remember, the Cougars get the ball to start the second half. And don't forget, we have Bob Schlanger and Nate Griffin, the Owls Athletic Update coming up in our IBW Local 716 halftime show. We'll also have this week on the Mike Bloomgren Show, clip from Brian Smith, as good to see. Parrish is helped up. He is a tough guy. He got that big, thick cast wrapped around his right hand. And they've been given the 10-second runoff, and that will do it. That ends the half, as Rice will have a 14-10 lead going into the break.
I like what I'm seeing. I mean, they're playing tough. Rice is playing tough. We knew they would be physical today after the first 3 games, even that loss to USC. We knew they would be physical.
All right, let's go to Jason.
Coach, you have the lead at half. What are you most pleased with after the first 2 quarters?
Oh, gosh, that's a hard question because there's a lot of things to be pleased with, but there's a few things we could do a lot better, and that's what we got to do. We got to settle down. It really took us a quarter to settle down, and now I think we are settled offensively, and defensively we seem to be in a good rhythm. I thought that was a great series by the defense after a call that gave them a first down. Getting off the field, holding them to a field goal was a big deal.
What's the main key to victory for the second 2 quarters here?
Just understanding it's going to be all about us and how we perform. It's going to have nothing to do with the other sideline.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you very much, Dunleavy Family Head Football Coach Mike Bloomgren. That'll do it. Stay tuned. We'll have our Rice Athletics update segment coming up next. Bob and Nate will lock it down. Rice 14 and Houston 10. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today. And go Owls.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand, bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo, find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up! Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the IBEW Local Union 716 halftime show. Coming up, scores from around the country, highlights, and stats from our first half. Now, with a look at what's going on across Rice Athletics, let's go back to the stadium and join Bob Schlanger.
And welcome back right now at halftime. It's Rice leading University of Houston by the score 14-10. I'm Nate Griffin alongside Bob Schlanger. Bob, what do you think?
Well, I think if you're not here, you're missing something.
That's right.
Because this is fun. This is fun. Really, after the first drive, Rice has been in control of this game.
Yes.
And defense is playing great. Offense is playing great. The pass receivers are open, and when they're not open, Rosner goes and gets the ball anyway. So it's been a fun first half. We'll see what the second half brings.
Very quick stats. Rice has 14 first downs. Houston has 10. And yards so far, in terms of total offensive yards, it is the Rice Owls leading the way. 30 plays, 198 yards. University of Houston, 27 plays, 141 yards. All right, Bob, what's going on this weekend, Rice?
Well,
sports?
Note, if you're a Rice baseball fan.
Yes, sir.
The sports information staff got a text about an hour before the game that if you watch the Diamondbacks and the Giants tonight, you may see former Rice Owl Ford Proctor getting the start at second base for the Giants. So he got the call. He's in the major league.
Nice.
That's awesome. Ford has been a great player and has had a great year in the minors, and today he makes his major league debut.
Representing Rice. How about that? What else you got, Bob?
Well, let's look back at last weekend.
Okay.
Because last weekend we had a dominating game in football.
Yes, sir.
Volleyball won Friday night, beat Kansas State. Came back Sunday, played number 17 Creighton. And after getting down, came back. Just the will to win is it's amazing. They are athletic, fun to watch, and they defeated number 17 Creighton, and they're now ranked 23rd in one poll. So
that's Jenny Volpe's team.
Yeah,
that's Jenny Volpe.
That's it.
That's what it is.
And of course, they played. They opened conference play last night against UTSA, and it wasn't exactly competitive. So I think the match took a little over an hour and 10 minutes, and Rice won 3-0. And if you're in Ruston tomorrow, you can see the Rice Owls play volleyball against La Tech, or you can go over to the soccer stadium and see the Rice Owls play La Tech in soccer. Soccer's undefeated in Conference USA play. Had a couple of nice wins. Defeated Florida International last weekend 3-0. So it's been a good week. This weekend, women's tennis opened up in the ITA regionals up at Fort Worth.
Yep.
And couple of great results up there. Volleyball again, and they'll be back in action next week. And then men's cross country won the meet that they were in yesterday. And so it's been a good weekend, been a couple of good weekends, and now if we can get a good second half, it may be a really good weekend.
That's Bobby Schlanger, and of course he's giving you all that's going on here on the campus of Rice University. Right now, Rice leading University of Houston at their place, TD-ECU Stadium, 14-10. We'll be back with JP when we come back. Stay with us.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest.
It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Chris Jackanick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the IBEW Local Union 716 Halftime Show. And this is what happened last time on the Mike Bloomgren Show.
Defensive coordinator Brian Smith with us right now. We've had a lot of these guys in, like Trey Schumann for 5+ years. And you like when you throw new things at them, it doesn't seem like it's as big a task anymore as that would have been the end of year 1 or year 2.
Right. Yeah. I mean, now we'll add a few new wrinkles here and there. Every week, but a guy like Trey, Kenna, they've probably seen it already because it's a huge library of defenses that we have, and we kind of just pick and choose what we want to do each week, and a lot of it is recycled material, just doing it all over again. So those guys, they pick it up fast, and it's fun to see them teaching the younger guys, the right things to do and how to prepare, and it's like having extra coaches on the field. Because they've been here so long and they know the system so well. And that's one of the great things about being at Rice. You got really smart kids. I mean, I've been at other places and they can grasp concepts a lot faster than a lot of other places that I've been. And it's awesome to have that.
Had Coach Tuiasosopo sitting in your chair last week, and I asked him about his coaching inspiration, his motivation. I know you come a little bit from that Don Brown coaching tree from the past, right? Like we talked about in past years. So is he the main one, or who would you say got you? And obviously the ties to Coach Harbaugh up north, but who, or maybe it was before you knew some high school coach, who got you thinking you'd want to be a coach?
Yeah, I would say my high school coach, George Kasanovich, Concord High School, Wilmington, Delaware. He had a big influence on me, just in terms of molding young men and being an example. He was a great example for me growing up. He was probably the biggest influence early on, and Coach Brown as well. He was my defensive coordinator in college and gave me my first job in coaching. I lived at his house for a few months, starting out, getting paid a little money, working a lot of hours. Just my philosophy on coaching, a lot of that stems from him. Just being aggressive, playing a lot of man-to-man, just the general philosophy, and he's taught me so much. I'd probably say he'd be the biggest football X and O influence, along with Rex Ryan and the system that we used when I was in New York with the Jets. He had a big influence on me just in terms of scheme and moving players around and kind of using the same concepts but using players in different positions. So those guys probably had the biggest influence. Coach Harbaugh definitely was an influence as far as just philosophy of football. You get better at football by playing football, high reps and doing things over and over again, just how to organize things. Learn quite a bit from him. Eric Mangini was a big influence on myself as well as Coach Bloomgren, just in terms of situational football and the things that we talk about. I learned a lot, when I first got to New York with the Jets and offensive football, as well as just overall general knowledge about situational football. So a ton of influences in my 20 years of coaching.
Listen to the Mike Bloomgren Show, Mondays at 7 during game weeks. Live from Acme Oyster House on the Rice Sports Network from Learfield.
What if your preferred hospital could also be your primary care provider? At Houston Methodist, we go beyond hospital care, offering you everything from flu shots to well-woman exams to managing your weight and cholesterol. And our primary care doctors and specialists are connected all across the city. So whatever the need, wherever you live, we can be there for you.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you've got to park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The parking spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights, as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Rice University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of Rice and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Rice University.
Glancing at some scores right now, the big one you care about, Rice 14 and Houston 10. How about Middle Tennessee beating Miami 45-31? South Alabama is leading La Tech the first quarter, 14-0. That one is in Mobile. Western Kentucky boat races FIU a 73-0 win in Bowling Green. Memphis defeats North Texas 44-34. Another game already completed. The Alamo Dome UTSA beat Texas Southern 52-24. Charlotte just getting started in Columbia against South Carolina. FAU is at Purdue tonight, and last night UTEP beat Boise State by a 27-10 count. In Big 12 play today, American Athletic Conference play, where the Cougars will not be and the Owls will be next year. Ole Miss defeated Tulsa today by a 35-27 count, and the Iron Skillet went the way of Sonny Dykes. He went into his old home, and beat SMU, an old Southwest Conference tussle there, 52-34, that win for TCU. And they're playing for the bell in New Orleans at Yorman Stadium. Tulane leading Southern Miss by a 7-0 count at the start of the second quarter. Nate.
Tell you what, over in the top 25, you got some really big games. This one, Arkansas at Texas A&M, and they are leading 14-0 in the first quarter, 2:43 remaining. Wow. Man, Coach Pittman doing a phenomenal job over there, and I'm sure A&M fans are wondering what is going on. Georgia today over Kent State, 39-22. Games in progress, though. Let me get back to those. Kentucky, Northern Illinois tied at 7 in the second quarter. Oregon leading Oregon State with about 1:21 remaining in that game, 37-34, and Oregon has the ball. North Carolina State leading UConn by the score of 7-0, 13:04 remaining in the first quarter. And so those are the games in progress. Baylor able to knock off Iowa State by the score of 31-24 today. And Texas Tech beats Texas 37-34, JP.
Tortillas were flying out in Lubbock.
Oh, my goodness.
Could be the last time in a while that they'll be out there. The Chancellor's Cup, Texas Tech takes that one. Texas had won 6 straight in that series out west. But back more coming up. We'll have a look at the Houston Methodist leaderboard. Rice 14, Houston 10 here at the break. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 Westheimer. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, riceowls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Being a Rice football player has become a part of my identity. So at this point, like, this game has started becoming more and more meaningful to me. And at this point, it's like a full-fledged rivalry for me. I definitely have ill feelings towards these guys and definitely want to get revenge for last year. So I'm going to be playing with a lot of emotion, a lot of passion, and do it for my brothers.
Owls star defensive end Ikenna Inachukwu this week saying he's all in on the rivalry, even though he's not here from the Lone Star State. Looking at some stats in that first half of play, rushing-wise, TJ McMahon, 8 yards on 3 carries. Kobe Campbell led them 1 rush for 34 yards. McMahon, 13 of 18 passing for 126. Toon, 10 of 14. For only 87 yards. The Owls' defense doing a good job keeping things in front of him. Sneed leads them in rushing with 28 yards. Cougars, 141 total yards. Owls, the top yardage defensive team in Conference USA. The Owls' offense just under 200 yards in that first half. And the Owls held the ball a little bit more than half. Time of possession virtually even here.
Well, here's the thing. They're playing very disciplined football, are the Owls. Only 3 penalties on the day. 2 of those 3 are pass interference penalties. The other, a movement penalty.
Owls will start this second half kicking off. It is deep, and it is over the head of the young guys back deep, and the Cougars will bring it out. Did want to shout out to a few more folks during the break looking at the Twitter feed. Billy Forney was out at the ball fields watching the kiddo play. He was watching us out in Pasadena, just a little bit north of us, and it is going to be Cougars football from the 25-yard line. Left Owls. We got Mark Pikus on the Facebook feed rooting the Owls on from Los Angeles. Thank you, Mark, for watching in. and listening as Toon sets up the shotgun, puts the hands out in front. He has those wrists taped. He gives it to Henry, waits for a hole, explodes back with the middle of the 30, cuts it right to 35. Inajuku teaming up with Conti and others way back at the 41-yard line. The first play, a 16-yard run right up the middle for the Cougars offense.
Wow, we had talked about that earlier and saying that they hadn't run a ball up the middle for a while, and here they go.
They do work quickly. Right side man, Jack and Dell. They pop up, look back to the near side. The interlocking U of H on one side. They got the number on the other side of those helmets. Like the numbers on the sleeves, too. Toon takes it, looks for a quick screen. Right side, caught by Delta 41, turning it outside up in front of Fresh, who's lobbying for a hole with the head linesman right in front of him. Gabriel Taylor makes the tackle at the 46, another 5-yard gain. 2nd down and 5, U of H.
Well, Fresh knows he has to at least get into the ref's head and say, hey, take a look at this. You might not see it this play, but check the next play and the next play and the next play. Something might happen where you're able to get a flag.
Owls going that nickel with Narcisse coming in. Chamberlain checks out. And the Owls have Dunbar on the outside guarding the talented true freshman Golden from Klein Kane. Henry the back, 2nd and 5. Houston a minute in. Rice leading 14-10. Setting up for a good one. Snap at the knees. Toon hit hard by Morrison as he throws a slant over a little caught on the run. Inside the 40. Tripped up by Dunbar. Kane, check that. Dell goes for the big, that was Kane, goes for 14 yards across the middle. Now they're going tempo here.
Yeah, Golden's pretty good going across the middle, no question about it. Caught it on the run.
Toon, shotgun, takes the snap from Freeman. Nope, he fakes it there as they look towards the sideline. And they did some shuffling with the offensive line during the week. They stacked the receivers both ways, and the back is Henry to the right of Toon. Just to the right of that interlocking U of H. Takes the snap, 1st and 10, the 40. Serving right, lots of time. Going deep ball. He's got the big step. Puts it in the bucket for Dell. Inside the pylon. Touchdown. They beat Narcisse and Taylor to this near side. And the Cougars have taken the lead, 16-14. 40 yards, dropping it in the bucket.
That was simply a blown coverage. I don't know what happened there. You had a man over the top, man underneath, and he outran them both. And certainly that was right there. That was a great throw by Toon, Clayton Toon, putting that ball on the money.
2nd touchdown pass of the day, number 7 of the young season for Toon. Guy that had a hamstring injury last season that he said he didn't heal up till the AAC title game. But now Maxa coming on for the PAT. Cougars trying to go up 3. Owls have not touched the football to start the second half, and for in an analytics era, it ends up working out for Dana Holgerson and company, electing to kick the ball to start this ball game. And so they double up on the Owls. The Owls held them to a field goal, 37-yarder for Maxa around the 1-minute mark. The Owls couldn't do anything with it, but now we'll have a look. They'll go to the replay system of this one.
I'd be out at the 1, JP.
Seeing it live, it looked like he got inside that pylon, but they will take a gander at it right now. It would be a 40-yard touchdown. Otherwise, maybe around 39. Got the in-the-booth monitor. We'll get a good look on it coming up here in a second. Around the 13-14 mark. What's at stake here?
They're giving it to us on the big board, JP.
Houston is either up 16-14 with the PAT pending, or it's still 14-10. Now getting a look. Yeah, now they're showing it on the American Athletic Conference feed in the booth. It looks like his right toe was pointing and hit the pylon and the out-of-bounds chalk there at the same time.
Did he have possession? Did he make it a clean? Was it clean? Yeah. Okay, now we have a pretty good view of it here.
Had possession, but I do think he was out there just inside the 1. This could be a big turn of things right now. This goes in the Owls' favor here. This is a huge ball. After looking at the first slow-mo, it looked like he landed right at the same time. But when you see the closer one, it looks like he was on the chalk before he kicked that pylon with his right big toe there. Getting behind Narcisse there, that
was definitely
near side pylon.
Coverage, definitely a blown coverage. Anytime you outrun the free safety, he's not in position. And they, I don't know where they got, you must have got caught looking. Here we go.
produce a touchdown. We do not have the engineering hookup from the Cougars folks to get the official sign, at least the audio of it in this audio medium, but it is a touchdown, Mr. Barnett says. A 40-yarder that stands, a 4-play, 75-yard drive, and the Cougars. And they double up. Backs a PAT trying to make it a 3-point Cougars lead here at the 13-14 mark of this third quarter of play. Backs a straight-on kicker. Now he marks it off to his left. Wilkins, the punter from Perth, Australia, is the holder. 11 seconds to snap it. A deep snap coming from Gavin Gately, and the PHG try is up and moves it into the net. And indeed, it is Cougars 17 and Towns 14. 13-14 in this third quarter. We'll be back here in a couple. Stay tuned with us. Back in a moment. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
The more reps he gets and the more reps he gets with all of us, he gets better and we get better from a chemistry standpoint. And so I think that's the relationship a quarterback and a receiver have together, is continually building that chemistry, building that bond so that we're always on the same page. And he works harder than dang near anybody else in the building. And so it's someone who is easy to build that bond with because of his personality, because of his attitude, because of his love for the game of football.
McCaffrey during the week talking about his roommate in QB1, TJ McMahon. He's had a front row seat for his development. McMahon in the offense about to come back out here. I was trailing those 17-14.
Yeah, he's got to go to work right now because Cougars took the lead. 4-play drive, 75 yards, a minute 46, 40-yard touchdown pass to Nathaniel Dell from Clayton Toon. So we take the lead 17-14 here early in the third quarter.
They're playing the little helmet game there with the football bid underneath it. Shell game. I was thinking of it, but Medco whispers in my ear, looking at some other scores around college football and Conference USA. Again, Western Kentucky beats FIU 73-0. Middle Tennessee, probably the biggest win, top of my head, for the conference this year. Middle Tennessee wins at number 25, Miami, 45-31. South Alabama leading La Tech, 14-7. And Charlotte and South Carolina, 3-0 Gamecocks. 6 minutes to go in that first quarter with Nate Griffin. I'm JP Heath. Dale Guy is spotting. Bob Schlanger punching the numbers. Walter Donaldson engineering. And Jason Metco is down on the sideline. Ashley Gentry controlling things back in Winston-Salem as Baxa is about to boot this one deep. Would not mind another long return here from Ottaviano and company here.
I think you needed to get a little momentum here. They're going to have to dig a little bit now. Down 17-14. Makes a big difference when you start the third quarter and the opposing team comes up with big 7.
Owls had trailed 7-0, rattled off 14 unanswered. Now the Cougars have scored the last 10 points. Baxa punches it deep, little wind behind him. And Ottaviano sticks out his arms to form a T, yelling at somebody on the other side there, the Cougars sideline, and then they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. The outside of the turnover, this is the Owls' best starting field position, if I do recall that. Another 25-yarder earlier.
Yeah, outside of the turnover, that is correct. This is the best field position for the Owls. It's a good thing. Once again, they're getting started on their 25-yard line. That's a good spot to start here in the second half.
Yeah, the average starting field position for both teams at the 26. 14 17-14. Cougars lead Rice. Not even 2 minutes in. Broussard is the back. Third quarter. McMahon flipping it right side. And hit hard is Cheeks hitting Bradley hard and dropping him down and sandwiching him down to the turf. No gain. Second down and 10. Still at that 25-yard line for the Rice Owls.
Let's see if they can snip that out again. Rice Owls need to come out of the playbook with something a little special for this Cougar team, because I'm pretty sure in the break, Dana Holmes, the head football coach at the University of Houston, let these guys know under no circumstances are we giving this game away today.
Esdale trots out for the Owls. They put another tight end, Gruen, out there with Bradley to the left. And McCaffrey just off the line to the left. Rosner to the right. Owls second and 10. They're on 25. Back to passes. McMahon. Arm hit as he flutters the ball to the right side. It is incomplete. And the Cougars pick it up. They will run in. Hogan will be stopped at the 7-yard line. This one of those cases where they do not blow the play dead. It was clearly an incompletion, and it'll be a third down and 10 play at the 25. It should be after the officials discuss that. Was clearly his arm going forward.
Really shouldn't. Yes, thank you. Really should not even take a discussion. That was an incomplete pass. It was not a fumble, and you can do those things and create a little bit of havoc for for the opposing team. The fans get up and start thinking momentum, but no, not in this particular case.
Owls were 2 out of 5 on third downs in that first half. McMahon now 14 of 19 passing, 126 yards. He stands with Connors. Check that, Bradley to his left. Now he sets up to the left, and it's an empty backfield. Nice right to left, third and 10 to 25. Back to pass McMahon. Hit as he throws it over the middle. It's high, and it's caught by McCaffrey. Just past the first down change, the 35. Nunnery dropped him immediately, the 38. A 12-yard gain. Check that, the 37. They go for a dozen. McCaffrey going up the ladder to snag it.
That is a huge play for the Rice Owls, especially after that last play. They kind of kill your momentum. They come back with a big momentum play, and now the continuation of the drive.
The roommates are hooking up. That's 4 grabs. 39 yards for McCaffrey, the 5th time he's been targeted. Broussard the back to the left. McMahon out of the shotgun as he's been most of the night. Here's the snap. Gives it to Broussard. They stretch it around the right end, and Broussard is met by a big wall of red and white. Give him a yard up to the 38-yard line. Second down and 9 for the Houston Cougars. The Rice Owls, second and 9.
Broussard looking for a cutback run that time, and as he was getting ready to make the cutback, the defense met him. But there are some plays that are open. The middle of the field for the Houston Cougars is open. Intermediate area, I'd say within about 15 to 20 yards.
Bankston in there over the ball. They've got Aja Ilea also. Here's the snap. They cross the backs. It was given to the right side to Montgomery. Trips past the 40-yard line. He got his knee down at the 41. He picked up 3. So a third down and 6 play coming up. Take your pick on that. Cougars defensive line tripping them up underneath. Third down and 6 for the Rice Owls.
Yeah, you saw he broke that run back towards the middle, and he was looking to get some big yards. But that time, a shoestring tackle brought the speedster Montgomery down.
Esdale behind McCaffrey in the slot left side. Now Esdale goes in motion. Far left is Rosner. Owls 3 of 6 on third down. Third down and 6. Right to left. Rice. They show some pressure off the edge. McMahon picks it up. Throws right. Camping down near the chains. It's caught by Esdale. But then he's just shy. He's a full yard shy of the first down as Cheeks and Nunnery collaborating on that tackle. Owls have a big decision to make here. Fourth down. And a full yard to go up past the 46-yard line. What do the Owls do? It looks like the offense staying out there.
They're bringing out the jumbo troops. So it looks like a run.
It's not a 4th and short situation. 4th and a yard plus here. Owls right to left under the 10-minute mark. It's a big one. Houston leading 17-10. McMahon coming under center. TDECU. Starting to get noisy here. High formation behind McMahon. Johnson, the fullback, the snap. Hand right Broussard. Jumps up high, and he is stymied at the 47. Depends on how they spot it. They race in. Obviously, the Cougars say that they have it. The Owls say that they do. Let's see how they say it here. Owls 0 of 1 on fourth downs. Now 1 of 2 as they do pick up that first down and move those chains to the far way. They did not exactly signal that immediately.
They didn't. They wanted to come in and see exactly where the stop was made, and I can see where they want to make sure they get it right here.
Rosner out to the left side. Broussard to the right of McMahon out of that shotgun. Rice trailing the Cougars 17-14 as Dale in motion. Takes the play action, and McMahon hit as he throws deep over the middle. Caught in stride McCaffrey inside the 5-yard line now. The touchdown, Rice Owls. Touchdown, the roommate connection hooking up. 52 yards in the air. What a grab and what a find there. Rice takes the lead back.
I am telling you, this is a different Rice football team. They have the speed on the outside. They have the running game on the inside. They have the offensive line to block, and they have the defense to play well. And I'm telling you, that is a perfectly thrown pass because the offensive line gave T.J. McMahon just enough time to get that ball off to his roommate on a post route. McCaffrey caught it in stride and took it into the end zone. He outran his defender.
Van Sickle coming up, and the point after try is up, and good end zone to our left. Mama, there goes that McMahon. T.J. McMahon hooking up with the roomie. Luke McCaffrey, Rice 21 and Houston 17. 9 away to this third quarter. Back in a moment. This is Rice football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Got a different ball game here, folks, at TDECU Stadium. Rice now leads University of Houston 21-17 on the strength of an 8-play, 75-yard drive with 4 minutes and 6 seconds. A beautiful pass from T.J. McMahon to McCaffrey. 52 yards, 6 points, and the Rice Owls now have the lead. Let's go down to Jason Metco. What's that Rice sideline like now, Jason?
It is a lot more jubilant, Nate, after that touchdown that Houston scored to start the second half. It felt like a gut punch. Well, when you're in a fight, I did go all 12 rounds tonight. When someone throws a gut punch at you, you throw one right back, and that's exactly what the offense did. On the roommate connection, it's all smiles right now, fellas.
I can't get over that pressure coming right in the lap of McMahon, and Mr. California Cool, another hook up there.
He really did, but he knew his receiver was there for him. And it doesn't hurt you. It hurts a little bit because you got to take that pounding. But when you know your receiver's on the other end is going to make the catch and it's going to be 7 points, it's worth it all, man. And I got to tell you, Tua, what he's doing right now, he's doing a great job. Tui, is doing a great job of calling the plays. They're taking some chances against this Shoemaker's defense that we know is fast, and these guys play physical, but they don't care because they know what they have. And as Mike Bloomgren has been saying all along, JP, he's saying we're going to focus on us and not them, and that's what they're doing, and I'm loving this.
It is a doozy. Third lead change of this rivalry game, the 44th meeting, the 41st with the Bayou Bucket on the line. 6 straight wins for the Cougars in the series. Looking for their 7th straight win. That would be a series high for both teams. As Horn approaches, kicks right to left. And one of their star returners, Sawyer, returns this one past the 10-yard line to the 15. Turns laterally, dodges one tackle, and then gets bumped down. Chike Anamogu, Houston native, touches him down in a good coverage to the 20-yard line. For the Houston Cougars, they take over again on offense.
Well, I tell you what, if I'm Brian Smith, I'm thinking turnover here. I'm thinking takeaway here at the 20, JP. I'm thinking takeaway, and how can I get into the end zone? Defensively, if you can score a touchdown here, you're going to help your offense out a whole lot.
Got Banish in there on the defensive line, right up the middle next to Floyd. And they've got Inachuku and Piercy on the outside. Al's rushing 4 here. 8 to snap for the Cougars left to right. Tune in the shotgun with Henry by him. 3 wides. Play action. Tune looking right over the middle. Caught by Manjack on the run. Takes a turn, middle of the field. 35 up to the 40. First down and then some, as he was hit down by Myron Morrison. 23 yards to the right. On first down tonight, the Cougars have been automatic. That's when their big plays have come under the 9-minute mark, but Rice leading in this third quarter, 21-17.
Yeah, there's no coverage there, though. The coverage was deep, and it was a safety cover. I'm a little surprised by that.
Manjack from Tomball Memorial High School, teammates with the Owls, Braden Nutter. Tight end Trahan going in motion. Snap back to Toon. He shows it, and Henry takes it, runs past Inachuku, turns it up inside the numbers and the hashes, and gets a nice 7-yard chunk around the right end before being met by Myron Morrison. And for those that don't know, the Cougars' number 1 running back, Alton McCaskill, that burnt the Owls for 3 touchdowns last year, tore his ACL in the offseason. Henry comes in from Texas Tech, trying to take some of that running game. Back to pass 2, and they go to quick slant left side, caught by Dell. Defender fell down 35-30, now breaks a tackle by Taylor Stiffall. But Gabriel tracks it down inside to the 14-yard line. Cougars responding here. They mark it down to the 13. And a down player on the field, Dell, after making that 37-yard catch. He is slow to get up and is writhing around, holding his right knee.
That was an anchor tackle. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Well, he was making all kinds of moves down the field. They didn't show what happened. It might have been too gruesome to see. He's up now. They're coming off the field.
He is Daytona Beach, Florida tough. Thankfully, he's okay. You hate to see that from a star player, but he did
want to see that.
Burn the Owls for a big gain around that left end. He got through an arm tackle and Iaqual as well, too, before eventually being brought down. But just like that, the Cougars did not waste time responding here on this drive. Fourth play of the drive coming up now. 7:53 to go in this third quarter. Rice leading Houston 21-17 here on the Cougars campus. Back is Walker to the right of Toon. Golden to the right and Manjack to the left as the receivers. Manjack actually off the line to the right. Here's the high snap and a little play fake to Sawyer. Running to the left. Quint Tidd brings him down behind the line of scrimmage. He was not biting on that little fake of the shovel pass, and he just slammed him down for a 4-yard loss. Good play by Tidd there, 2nd and 14.
Yeah, it was not fooled at all in the backfield before Toon could even take off. That was just a good play that time. Brought down.
Big fella Quint Tidd from Missouri City, transferred from Abilene Christian. Member Cedric Calhoun singing his praises in the early days of camp and really helping in that middle of the defensive line, playing next to Schumann there. Owls have 3 down right now as they put Trahan, the tight end, in motion again. 2nd and 14 at the 17-yard line in Rice territory. Inside the red zone, back to passes Toon. Slides to his left. Holt is going to come in as the flags come in, and Toon just airmails it down the sideline. Hits near a cameraman and a student in a cowboy hat there. The cheerleaders. I'd imagine this would be a hold against the Cougars offense.
Got to be, unless it's a hand to the face. Let's just hope not. Hope you don't see that because sometimes players get frustrated, but I think that's going to be a hold. Whoa.
Yeah, the Rice bench happy about that one. It's be another penalty against the Cougars. It'll be their 3rd, matching Rice. So they have 1 hold against the Cougars, and that will be declined. And another personal foul goes a block below the waist against the Cougars, and that will be accepted. So each of the 3 penalties have been the big ones against the Cougars. Again, if you didn't hear us in the first half, the Cougars lead the nation with about 11 penalties and about 91 yards per game. And so that takes been a decent gain going back a 2nd down. You got to get down the pyramid for the first down.
Doesn't exactly take them out of field goal range, though, but it does move them back and gives the defense a little bit more breathing room.
2nd down and 29 at that 32-yard line. Pistol set. Tight end Trahan off the line to the right. Snap and a handoff. And bouncing and left is Henry. Circles around Schumann and then down the line to 20, to 15, to 10. Inside the 5. Around the waist. He got that first down just like that. Lickety splits. 27 yards when they needed just over 20.
Yeah, that was a huge run that time. Was able to hit that hole that 3-hole C-gap and get out of there and get that first down for the Cougars. That was big.
Yeah, they're short, though. That was not a first down. 3rd down and 1. By the way they initially spotted, I thought it was. 3rd and 1, give to Henry. Hooks his way to the left and just slices he's into the Rice defense and in the end zone. For the touchdown for the Houston Cougars. Just went right through that right side of the Rice defense, and the Cougars take the lead back. The 4th lead change of the game already. It is 23-21.
Yeah, this game is definitely going back and forth, and certainly that's what we've seen so far. We'll give you the drive in just a moment. But you can't say the defenses are getting tired. It's just a matter of, good offensive calls and finding some holes out there.
Henry gets his first touchdown of the game, and that is his 3rd of the young season. Houston 1-2, Rice 2-1 coming into this one. Rice trying to go to 3-1 for the first time since 2001. Wilkins, the hold coming up right now. Deep snapper, puts it back. They'll kick it from the 10-yard line and backs it, boots it up, and that will do it. And Houston leads 24-21. This one going back and forth, continuing here into the 3rd quarter. Houston 24, Rice 21, 6:19 of the third. Back in a moment. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself for the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs, and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shoppers will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
6:19 remaining in the 3rd quarter, and the Houston Cougars have retaken the lead, now lead 24-21 on the strength of a 6-play, 80-yard drive. Took 2 minutes and 41 seconds, a 4-yard run by Henry. So Houston Cougars getting it done in 2 minutes and 41 seconds. They now lead 24-21, JP.
Hey, can I tell you something?
What's on your mind?
I don't know if the bosses are listening, but we're stealing money in this game.
We are. Big time.
What a game.
This is a great game.
Out of the ones we have called together, it goes back a while. This is definitely the closest one that's deep in the game. But remember back, the last time the Owls had them at home before last year was in 2000. That was in Mike Bloomgren's first year. That was a 7-point game going into the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
That comes to mind now. But Rice will get the football to start this next drive here, the 6:19 mark here of this 3rd quarter of action. Houston leading 24-21. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV, comfort of your own home? Well, of course you would. Go to syncmygame.com, syncmygame.com to find out how.
Somebody's got to make a stop, and hopefully it's the Rice Owls who make the stop, because this one's going to go back and forth. Seemingly, that's what's been happening here. As of late, they've been going back and forth, and at some point, the Rice Owls defense is going to make a stop if they're going to win this game here at TDECU.
JS saying on YouTube, stream in the booth. Let's go Rice. Yes, indeed, is back, so we'll tee this one up. And right to left, the Owls will have it. Ottaviano will bring it right to left. First time Mike Bloomgren has started a Rice season 2-1, looking to go 3-1. The Owls have not had a 3-1 start since 2001. That was an 8-4 team that started 6-1. They had wins against the Cougars and Duke. Then they lost at Nebraska and then won 4 in a row at Hawaii, at Navy by 3. Down to Nevada. That's some close ones as Ottaviano lets this go over his head. They lost by 3 in overtime at Louisiana Tech after that overtime win at home against Nevada, as the Owls will bring it up right to left.
So the Cougars have a guy who actually goes out to the middle of the field.
I forget his name.
To retrieve the tee, and that is what the Oilers used to do with Mojo. I thought about it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, man, he's even kind of built like Mojo.
He's got a white collared shirt there. It says Hawk on the back at that big mullet.
Yeah, he's sort of built like Mojo.
Cam Montgomery the back with McMahon. Owls some field position at the 25. Snapping a counter to Montgomery. Looking to the left, and he will curly cue it around to the right side, and he picks up 4 yards. Second down at 6 at the 30 as Morris and Waniki team up on that tackle. But how about Montgomery? He's averaged almost 9 yards per carry coming in to this game, not getting him the carry in the right spot.
It's going to be important from now until the end of the game that they're good on first down. And if they're good, can get 4 to 6 on first down, they're going to be even better on second and third down. You've got to be able to do that now in this game.
They gave him 5, and he stays in there as the back. McMahon under center, tied in either way, receiver either way. The snap, play action, coming back to the left, and a blind throw as he heaves it to his near side. And defensive coordinator and associate head coach for the Cougars, Doug Belk, makes that grab. And it'll be third down and 5 for Rice at the 30. Owls 3 of 7 on third downs here today.
Well, they brought it off the strong side. I mean, really quickly did the Houston Cougars, man. They had 2 guys coming. And anytime you have 2 defenders coming, the way that TJ took that snap, his back was to the defenders to be able to look around and see them and get rid of the ball without taking that sack was incredible.
Esdale and McCaffrey came in. Connors the back for the Owls. Rosner in motion to fall away. Now they empty it. 5 wide, third and 5. Rice its own 30. Trailing by 3 in this third quarter. Snap at the knees. McMahon looking right. Comes over the middle. Throws it on the slant. Caught on the run by who else? The roomie McCaffrey by the 40. He was dragging Rogers from behind. Valdosta, Georgia native, and another huge catch on third down by McCaffrey. Mr. Automatic for 13 yards to the 43.
I am loving watching Luke McCaffrey and his roommate hook up tonight. They have the connection, and there's no doubt. 6 catches, 104 yards for Luke McCaffrey so far tonight. He's having one hell of a night. That was a big catch right there.
Not bad for the guy that started last season's game against the Cougars at quarterback. First and 10, the 43. Back to pass. McMahon slings it to Esdale, and he gets chucked down after it was batted down incomplete. Hogan, native here, the Bayou City, knocked that one down. A good little swim move. Second down and 10. Not a bad play call at all from the 43-yard line. 5:02 clock stop. Cougars 24, Rice 21. This is a 14-10 Rice lead at the half. The Cougars had a pretty quick score, 40-yard hookup. Then the Owls had a 52-yard touchdown, McMahon to McCaffrey, and then the Cougars came back with a 4-yard rush. And now they have it second and 10. They're on 43. 5:02 mark. Trailing the Cougars by 3. Snap McMahon. Fake to Connors. Back to pass McMahon. Going deep left side. Trying to get to Rosner. It's too tall. Incomplete at the left 20-yard line. As Rosner was in the tussle. Oh, we do have flags on the play. Thank you, Jason Metco, saying in our ear. We might have had a lineman downfield. As Abdul Latif Abdul is in coverage there with Rosner.
Wow. Rice is backing up, and that is a man downfield. One man downfield too many.
Yes, indeed, man downfield. They do not have the officials mic'd in this one. Well, I guess they have mic'd. We're just not getting that feed.
Yeah, he touched top of his head. So top.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Ineligible against the Owls. Captain Obvious here. You don't want to have a game where you have more penalties than the team that is penalized the most in the nation. That's what the Owls just did with that infraction. But it's a third down and 10. They're on 43.
It's a big third down coming up because you want to hold on to the football with 4:56 remaining in the third quarter. You want to try to hold on to this and continue to drive, especially with the Cougars up by 3.
Rice has been running on fourth downs to McCaffrey. See what they do here. Broussard the back. Pretty noisy here at TDECU. Third and 10, the Owls, they're 43 right to left. They have to get to the Cougars 47 for a first down. Here's the snap. Number 7 in his white jersey looks up the middle. It's too tall, incomplete, but a flag comes in. Esdale says he was held there on this near side by Garrison Vaughn.
Flags now.
Their nickelbacks coming in. That's what it should be. Yep. The Owls will have a first down in Cougs territory.
That is correct.
Instead of it being on the young guy Vaughn, it'll be on Hogan, who's been around the ball a lot here tonight.
You know, what TJ's real good about doing, JP, is completing the play, and that gives the refs a better opportunity to see exactly what's going on the field. That helps them out. With him throwing the ball, even with defenders in his face, they could still see that Esdale was being held, and that's a good thing.
Great point there. I'd not thought about it that way.
Yeah.
Montgomery comes in to the left of McMahon. Rosner, McCaffrey to the right. Esdale to the left. Will snap in front of left hash. First down at the Houston 42. Cougars 24, Rice 21, under the 5-minute mark. Now's driving right to left. Play action, McMahon looking over the middle. Caught by Esdale, inside the 30. First down, and he is rolled down near the 25-yard line. They say his knee was at the 26. Hogan draped on him, but a good catch of another 16-yard grab for Esdale. What a night he's had, best by far as an Owl.
No question about it. And you want to use all that experience that he gained coming to Houston from West Virginia. You want to use that experience. He is really, really showing that he is a man out on the field. That was a very deceptive play. Cam Montgomery, I was following Cam Montgomery the entire time. That was a great fake that time between TJ and Cam. No question.
Rosner and McCaffrey to the right. Out of the shotgun is McMahon. Takes the snap, whistles come, and they will blow this one dead because a timeout was called, I believe, by the guys in blue and gray. Yes, indeed, a 30-second stoppage, 24-21. Houston leads Rice in a doozy. We've still got an eternity left in this game between these two old rivals.
Well, there was nothing wrong with the clock, so I'm thinking they see something down the field that they want to take advantage of. Now, the only problem with calling a timeout in a situation like that is that the opposing team, where they saw, the little weakness, they can make the change because those coaches are smart too. So there you go. So now Rice, hopefully now deep in Cougar territory, can take advantage of what they can possibly see there.
Cougars fighting back in the total yardage front. They lead Rice 311 to 307 in this one. Rice on the season averaging 405 total yards, so they're ahead of that pace in this one here. Owls have lost their last 6 games when playing here at the Cougars campus. Last win, September 1st of 2001. The Owls retained possession of the bucket. They had a 21-14 win that day. They trailed 24-21 here. Broussard to the left of McMahon after the short stoppage. Give to Broussard. Clings his way to the right side, running right into Nelson Caesar from a Ridgepoint kid. Jermichael Neal teams up with him on the tackle. It goes for 2 yards. Second down and 8 as they bend inside the 25 to the 24. So 2nd and 8.
You definitely have to be able to run the ball against the Cougars. Now, remember what we said about being good on first down. You don't want to be in third down, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7. You want to be 3rd down, 3rd and 2, or 3rd and 1. That way you can bring in a jumbo set. So this is a big down here, 2nd down.
This near side of the field, the wide side. Twin receivers, snap, McMahon, play action, looks over the middle, and it's too high and behind Esdale at around the 10-yard line, incomplete. 3rd down and 8 right now for the Owls. Tombo Waniki, Denton Geyer High School in Oklahoma State. They're on that good coverage there. This is a Cougars secondary coming in. Numbers a little deceiving. They gave up 237 yards passing a game, 84th in the nation, but they've got big physical safeties. They've always had talented corners.
Oh, no question. They get, what they do, they recruit big time in the city and surrounding areas, which is the same thing that Rice is doing as well.
Be an empty backfield, 3rd down and 8. Owls on 3rd downs are 4 of 8 here today. Back to pass, screen left side Montgomery. They can't get over there fast enough, and Cam got a little traction getting out of the garage at the 25-yard line. But then he made his way forward to the line of scrimmage, the 24. The Owls will have to kick a field goal here as Bell there on that kick, on that tackle, I beg your pardon. Yes, indeed, Van Sickle, 3 of 3 on his field goal so far this young season, a long of 31. This would be from 42 yards as McMahon will go back to hold on the deep snap coming from young Jacob Wilson. Left hash, Van Sickle, number 31 for the tie here. 2:48, 3rd quarter. Owls trailing 24-21. McMahon looking back. Van Sickle's ready. Good snap and good hold. The kick is up to our left, and it is a beauty right down the pipes, and it is perfect. 2:38 to go of this 3rd quarter. Rice has tied it up. 24-24 here. Down at TDECU here.
Going back and forth, JP. where we talked about it. They go back and forth, but you like this score. But to beat University of Houston, unless you're inside of a few seconds and Rice is in position to kick a field goal to win it, that's really the only time you want to kick field goals. You need to try to score sevens if you can and score touchdowns if you can. I can wrap that drive for you real quick.
Hey, you got it.
10 plays, 51 yards, 3:41 off the clock. And that was a 42-yard field goal by Van Sickle. So nice job, Christian Van Sickle to be exact. Nice job by him. And that ties the game to 24-all with 2:38 remaining in the third quarter.
Van Sickle ties his career long. He had a 41-yarder against Southern Miss last season. That ties his career long. Actually 42, so that will be a new career high. He told me there'd be no map, but Tim Horn kicks it deep, and it goes over the head of the young man named Peyton Sawyer out of bounds. And it will be a 24-24 game. Missed any part of this one? Well, the Cougars got on the board first on the last play of the first quarter. Toon hooked up for their talented freshman Golden. The Owls scored the next 14. The Cougars scored the next 10. It's all still in the third quarter. The Owls hooked up a 52-yarder McMahon to McCaffrey. A Cougars short scoring rush. And then an Owls field goal have us tied up again, 24-24.
Dell is not out there. Dell is not out there right now.
Dell went down towards the end of that last scoring drive. Tune the shotgun, hand to Henry. Round the right end, check that 29 Walker. And he runs around the right end. Third try, Heath. It's 21 Sneed after a 3-yard gain. Second down and 7 as Ikenna Inachuku wraps him up there. We had a friendly barbecue discussion with Ikenna.
Yes, we did.
A couple times during the week. Trying to give him some wisdom there. Yeah, I got two Texas guys trying to bring him over here. Second and 7 to 28-yard line. Got a soundbite of that coming up in a break nearby. But Twins right, Twins left. Snap and a hand again to Sneed. He will cut it back to the left. Get near that chain. He had to get to the 35. He got to the 34, getting 6 yards. Josh Piercy on the other side of the line brought him down. 3 feet shy of that first down. Third down and 1. Cougars 3 of 6 on third downs here this evening.
They're going to come with the heavy run game now, JP, because one Dell is out. They may throw a pass or two, but I think right now what they want to do is run the football with their very talented running backs in Henry and Sneed.
Third down and 1, 90 seconds left, third quarter. Balls are their own 34. Cougars in their home red and white helmets and pants. Here's the snap. Hand up the middle. Henry there exploding to get enough for the first down. Conti and Morrison collaborating on that stop. It goes for 4 for number 4. Another first down for the Cougars offense as we're getting close to the final minute of this third quarter.
And by running the ball, of course, they control the clock. So, with a tie game like this, Rice can't get over anxious and just stay within yourself, play disciplined football right now.
Would turn down a turnover here, Nate. First and 10, the 38. Tune back to pass. The longtime veteran quarterback wants to air it deep down the right side. Got to step Carter. And back with Fresh and incomplete inside the 20-yard line. This near side. Cougars fans and sideline wanting a flag, but to no avail. Carter, former Willis Wildcat up I-45. Big 12 honorable mention back in the pandemic here in 2020, but just good, tight, vacuum seal-like coverage there from Sean Fresh looking at the replay.
Yes, Fresh was just in the right place at the right time that time. And, that was just a really good non-call.
Come on, don't be like that now. When they commit the penalties, you're saying they didn't commit them. Now I'm trying to, come on, man.
What do you want me to say?
Second and 10 to 38. Left to right, they've got Dell slot left. Back to pass is Tune, as he's done a lot here. Heaves left, caught by the freshman Golden, turns it back outside as Dunbar grabbed around the waist. Golden just shy of reaching for the chains there. Picked up 9 yards near the left digits there. Third down and 1 to 47 near last half minute of this third quarter. They quickly come up to the line as Tune is going to sneak it here. He crouches down low and the whole pile moves forward. And the head linesman and the line judge will come in and try to unstack these bodies as the clock is stopped at 24 seconds of this third quarter. And it appears they have it. We have not. They've got it 4th down on the marker to the far side. They did not get it. They'll be about a half a yard short on that sneak, Nate. They did not get it here. Big play coming up.
Yeah, that's kind of why you just hold your breath. Looks like they're going to let the clock run out.
And we'll have a big play to start the 4th quarter coming up next. Rice 24 and Houston 24. Couldn't ask for much better here at TDECU Stadium here. Rice and the Cougars. Stay tuned, coming up next, 4th quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable corporate transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable corporate transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
With Nate and company, I'm JP. Fresh 15 on the clock. Big 4th down coming up for the Cougars. 24-24 here. Rice and Houston. Looking at some scores around Conference USA. Nate's across college football as well. If you did not hear, Middle Tennessee won at 25th ranked Miami, 45-31. Memphis beats North Texas 44-34. UTSA goes to 2-2 on the year as they edge Texas Southern 52-34 at the Alamo Dome. Last night, UTEP beat Boise State, first win in that series history for the Miners. They win 27-10 at the Sun Bowl. Western Kentucky squeaks by FIU 73-0, and Purdue leading FAU 7-3 in the second quarter. An American Conference play, Al's future conference and Cougars' current conference, at least for now. They're playing for the bell. Where is that score? We had Southern Miss and Tulane 17-10. Greenies, Tulane lead Southern Miss at the break. And the battled iron skillet, TCU took to just a gentle love tap on the noggin. TCU 42, SMU 34. Sonny Dykes, his victory beverage of choice, going to be sweet tonight as he goes back in his old backyard and he beats the Ponies.
Wow. Well, Arkansas and Texas A&M, 58 seconds remaining before the half, and Arkansas is leading A&M 14-13. 14-13.
That score does not surprise me.
Okay, 14-13. Alabama leading Vanderbilt 21-3. Kansas State over Oklahoma at OU, Bobby, in Norman, 13-0. And that's a wow. That's a real wow right there.
Time of possession entering this 4th quarter. Rice a little over 23 minutes. Houston a little under 22 minutes. The Owls have 309 total yards. And Houston 333 total yards. Big 4th down coming up right now. 4th down less than a yard. The 47-yard line really noisy. Not so much the fans, but the incessant noise of the speakers. I'm that guy on your neighborhood block telling you to turn that music down.
And get off my yard.
And do both of those things. Right to left is tuned. 4th and 1, the 47. He's out of the shotgun. Twins left side, and they put Sawyer in motion. Snap, a give to Henry. Hops up the middle, he gets shoved back. Oh, this will be a big spot. Depends on where they spot it. Ikene Ihechuku just shoved Henry back right around that chain, that yard mark.
He took him out there. Owls ball.
Aiden Ciano saying that it's Owls possession, but we have not had an official signal from the officials yet. That's important to keep in mind here.
The ref.
The ref. There you go. It'll be Owls football. It's not a bad way to start the 4th quarter.
No question about it. Akena, I tell you what, he went up in the air and took the running back out of the air. Henry tried to jump over him. And there it was. And now you have a hurt offensive lineman.
That's Cameron Johnson, their left guard from Shadow Creek.
That was a heck of a play that time by Kenna. And I saw the ref give the signal the ball was going the Owls' way. And here is a big opportunity for the Owls now with the score tied at 24, JP, 14:57, getting started in the fourth quarter. They can actually do some real damage here.
McMahon starting this fourth, 20 of 30, 224 yards, 1 touchdown, but most importantly, no picks, 214 yards throwing. Owls McCaffrey leads everybody in receiving. Actually, he's got 104 yards. Dell's got 106 yards receiving for the Cougars. It is great field position here for the Owls on the 47-yard line, just underneath that interlocking red and white UNH. Johnson the back with Broussard the tailback. Receiver right, Rosner. Receiver left. Little motion is McCaffrey. Under center, McMahon takes play action and an end around. Hand off to McCaffrey with the lead block coming here to the 40. Shea Baker shoving at a guy inside the 35 and a first down run as Jamal Morris hauls down McCaffrey on that rush. Alex Hogan helping out, a 13-yard gain down the right sideline. What a play call. Marcus Tuiasosopo.
I was about to call his name. Marcus Tuiasosopo is really calling a heck of a game tonight. You saw that play there. And the one guy who can make that work is number 10. He can certainly do it. Luke McCaffrey's had one heck of a night, taking handoffs as well as catching the football.
Broussard leaving. West comes in, and McCaffrey is third rush on the year for 39 total yards. Not bad for 6 grabs and over 100 yards receiving tonight. Esdale out to the left. Bradley just nudged off the tight end to the right side. Now he goes in motion in front of McMahon. Again, West the back, Rosner to the right. Snap, a hand to Uriah, and he's looking for some daylight. Gets turned around and falls backwards at around the 30-yard line as Nelson Caesar gives him a friendly crosstown shove. And got 5 yards on that play. Not bad. Uriah West getting downhill, second down and 5.
Well, you got a couple of really good backs in Ari Broussard. Actually, 3. You got Ari Broussard, you've got Uriah West, and you've got Cam Montgomery, and they're doing the job. You've got heavy, and you've got speed.
Yeah.
That's
Dean
a
Connors,
nice combination. And Dean Connors,
too. Yeah. Gun again. Here's the running back to the right side is Broussard. Delay. Ari sprints his way up the middle, and he gets grabbed around the waist by Jamichael Neal, a senior from the Queen City of Charlotte, Hutchinson Community College. Teams up with Jamal Morris, sophomore from Fort Bend High School. Nearby, no gains. And they're going to say third down and 5.
Now, here's where you have to have a big play. This is where you get the momentum. It's third down. The board says 3rd and 6. It's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6.
It's a long 5, so just over 5
It
yards.
is a long 5. So here's what you got to have this.
Here the Owls, see if they're in 4-down territory here. Shotgun is McMahon, puts Broussard back down by him. 6 on the play clock, 5 on the play clock, 4 to snap it. McMahon finally gets the snap, looking left, throws, going deep left side. He's got Esdale with the step over the shoulder, incomplete. The 5, but there's a flag on the field, resting so gently at the 20-yard line. Let's see if they call some contact there for that. I think it was the nickelback Rogers there, getting a little too friendly on that far side with Esdale.
That's got to go against the Cougars' defensive secondary. Esdale.
That was on Rogers, yes indeed. 5'8" senior from Valdosta, Georgia. Not always about the third down completions you won't turn down. It seems like every penalty the last 2 weeks have been on third downs, helping out Rice.
No question. Anytime you go for a long pass play, you're going to get that. And I'm so glad that Tui is starting to call these deep pass plays for the Rice Owls so the refs can make the call. It's an easy call for them.
13-12, fourth quarter. Clock stopped, Rice driving. Game knotted up, 24 apiece. Broussard to back as McMahon's got under center. Owls have heavy to the left side as Esdale goes in motion behind a deep squatting McMahon. Looks like a baseball catcher. Snap, quick hitch, left side. Esdale wants to throw. We saw them working on this in practice this week. He dips under the 20-yard line. Wise decision, nothing home as the Owls receiver was covered up there in the end zone to the left side. Ends up losing a yard on that play. That was a Groon there that they had covered up.
Yeah, Groon was covered up, and the defense was not fooled. They read the keys, they read the play, they pretty much saw exactly what was happening there. You saw the receiver running to the deep sideline, and anytime you see that to the boundary, that's probably going to be a pass.
They gave him a yard on that play. Gruen, the tight end, in motion to the left, along with Rosner. Owls snap. Here is McMahon from the pocket, looks up the middle and thrown incomplete at the 5-yard line. Hippolyte, the safety there in coverage of Esdale. So 3rd down and 9 for the Owls, right at that 19-yard line.
I will give TJ this. He hangs in that pocket, and you have to be able to hang in the pocket if you're going to complete some passes, because you have to give your receivers who you have a lot of confidence in, you have to give them a chance to get a break, to break away from the defender. And it could happen just at the last second. It's happened all night long tonight.
Owls 4 out of 9 on 3rd downs. They put Rosner, McCaffrey, and Gruen to the right. Broussard the back at the 19-yard line. 3rd down and 9. Back to pass McMahon. He is wrapped up and sacked, and that was a big one. Could take him out of field goal range as Jamarcus Cheeks drops him for a 6-yard loss. Good to not keep it blindly back down the field. But as of right now, Nate, I guess they had a 42-yard field goal career long for Van Sickle, and yes, they'll tee it up again. Let's run that back. They'll try to do that.
So what are we looking at here? Is that about a 47? 42?
42. His career high 42 earlier in the 3rd quarter. Tied it up at the current score. 3 minutes into this 4th quarter. This would be a new career high. They're marking it at 43. McMahon to hold out of the deep snap into our right towards that noisy student section end. Owls in the whites. Red and white Cougars. The kick is up, and it is to our right. It is up, and it is good. Back-to-back career-high field goals for Christian Van Sickle. Gives the Owls the lead, 27-24.
And you like that, except you want to see 7. But as long as it gives the Rice Owls a lead, especially on a visiting turf, you want to make sure that you keep their spirits up, motivation. Right now, these guys are playing good football.
Back in just a bit, 11:44 the 4th. Rice 27 and Houston 24. This is Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand, bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo, find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
27-24, Rice with the lead. 14, check that. That's 11:44 remaining in quarter 4. 7 plays, 22 yards. 3:13 is what it took off the clock. A 43-yard field goal by Christian Van Sickle gives Rice the lead, and they're playing lights-out football right now, 27-24. Jason, what is the mood down on the Rice sideline right now?
Guys, it is very calm, cool, and collected. And speaking of those 3 words, offensive coordinator Marquise Tuiasosopo, before that last drive, before the 4th down that the Rice defense did such a great job stopping, Tui was all alone on the bench, just staring at his play sheets, almost in a sense of calmness. And whatever is working right now is working great, fellas. Back to you.
Yeah, the Owls have followed the lead of their head coach, the intensity with Mike Bloomgren, and the game planning of Brian Smith on defense, Marcus Tuiasosopo on offense, but still a long way to go as Rice will be kicking it away, leading 27-24.
Yeah, they are, and certainly he's been saying it all along. We're going to focus on us. We're not going to worry about them. Any questions posed to head coach Mike Bloomgren, he's been saying, again, we're going to focus on us and not focus on them. And I like that.
Sneed's back there at his own 10-yard line. Also Sawyer back at his own 1. Big-legged Hawaiian Horn. They got 2 big-legged Hawaiians on the roster. Horn the kicker, Hunt the punter. And Horn going to punch this one deep. Sawyer giving it a gander, but that hits 8 yards deep. And Toon and this Cougars offense will bring it out to the 25. Toon tonight pretty efficient He's completed 76% of his passes, 214 yards. But so what's that? About 10 yards per attempt. He's got Henry leading the team in rushing, 12 carries, 86 yards. And Dell, as advertised, 6 grabs for a $106.
Need a takeaway here, JP. You got to have a takeaway. Anytime you're getting deep into the game, like you're only up 3. And, again, this has been a great game, but you need a big-time takeaway from the defense here.
So Henry, hands on his knees there, setting up to the left of Toon. 11:44 to go in this great ball game here in the third ward. 27-24 Rice. Snap, a delay handoff. Henry can't get out of the garage. He is shoved back by Chamberlain, and he holds up, and he just pushed him back. And Morrison there teaming up on that tackle. Forward progress, loss of a yard on the play. Second down and 11. Some restraint by the Owls here as the Cougars will go tempo. Second down and 11. Tight end Trahan out wide to the left. Here's the snap. Toon looking left all the way, trying to find Trahan. That's not there. Runs right around the 20. Jukes Conti, the 30, 35, and near the chains of the first down, just shy. He reached the ball out, but he was lunging forward, so he wasn't exactly giving himself up, so he went for 10 yards. But still a yard shy of the chains. Third down and 1 at the 34.
That's the danger of Clayton Toon running. When he breaks contain like that, that's a problem because you don't have anybody who set the edge. You don't have a spy on him. The only thing you can hope for, guys are fast enough to actually get to him. He saw it. He had plenty of time. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, play breaks down. I got to run.
A term you taught me a long time ago, 11 on 11. He makes you account for him. As Trahan tied into the left, Henry the back. Third down and a yard at the 34. Snap, give to Henry, running left tackle. First down, sheds a tackler, meets Taylor. He gets nudged by him and Dunbar. That's the 35-yard line. First down, run with the goes with 11 yards to the left side for Henry. Season-high rushing performance here today for Henry.
Shouldn't be. You know, you get those nagging little runs like that keep drives going and keep, guys hoping, if you will, guys motivated. Big play coming up next time. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be me who makes the catch, or is it going to be me who makes the run? Got to be able to stop those runs.
Rice 27, Houston 24. South of the 10-minute mark of this fourth quarter. Cougars driving right to left. Carter in motion. Snap. They fake the screen to the left, and they go down the sideline to Carter, and just long, incomplete at the 30-yard line as Nyqual is ready to lay the lumber down there on Carter. Fresh, though, stride for stride with Carter near way. 2nd and 10, the 45 for U of H.
Yeah, they're just some catches you don't need to make. That was one of them right there. Nyqual was coming over on it was basically a 9 route, outside of the field. That's a 9 route. And, of course, Nyqual playing free safety, if you will, center field back there. And all he had to do was come across that wide receiver's body. It was over.
Dell to the right, Carter and Golden to the left. Receiver core. Got Henry by Toon. 2nd and 10, their own 45. Houston right to left. Rice leading by 3. Looked like a little movement came. They started that one early, and the officials finally blow it dead. And Toon really frustrated here, chunking the ball back to the umpire. And easy one for Rodney Barnett here, as that'll be a 2nd down and 15. But it looked more like everybody started early. So you'd think that would be on the center, Freeman there, as the rest of his linemen started to move there.
Yeah, what gave it away was the Rice defense. They kept trying to adjust. And anytime you see adjust the gaps, and anytime you see them adjusting the gaps, there's something not quite right. You just have to keep looking, and thank goodness for the referees, they caught it.
Just looked weird there. Yeah, Carroll there next to Banish, middle of that defensive line. Pistol set, 2nd and 15, their own 40. Toon hands in front of his waist, takes the snap, play action, looking left, spins it deep, going here to Golden, and it's incomplete, the 29-yard line. Fresh and Nyqual coming over in coverage, and Fresh saying, no, sir. Great night for Sean Fresh tonight. 3rd down and 15 coming up.
Best play he's made this season. The absolute best play he's made this season. Stayed with the wide receiver, was right there, turned around at the right time and made the play on the ball. Excellent play on a receiver who was really fast, Nathaniel Dell.
They give him a PBU there. If they give him a PBU, that'll be his 2nd. Conti leading the Owls defenders with 11 tackles, 7 of them solo here tonight. 5 of 9 on 3rd downs, 3rd and 15 at the 40. Toon has Walker to his right as the back. Carter in motion, takes the snap at the knees with that white helmet, red jersey, white pants, sheds the defense of Schumann, runs to the right, throws off one leg down the right sideline. It's caught at the 32-yard line, but out of bounds. They say he caught it inbounds. They do. At the 32-yard line, there goes that man again. Nathaniel Tank Dell for 28 yards down the right sideline.
Yeah, Dell, I tell you what, man, he is a problem. But the bigger problem is when Clayton Toon, when he's on the move and he's running to his right, that's trouble. I mean, and you see Gabe Taylor coming up, but Dell is right there to make the catch.
Toon's great.
Toon's doing it with his legs.
Dell's great. Toon's great. Got great set of skill guys. And Mike Bloomgren saying during the week, hey, don't forget this Toon, the sub-11 100-meter guy. 1st and 10, the Owls 32. Toon the handoff. Henry didn't like it in the middle. Bounces it out to the left side of the 25. Nyquist trying to cut him down. He chips him and undercuts him, but inside the red zone. Not before. He got about 13. Maybe give him 15 on that play. Hey, I won't open my mouth again. That goes for 16 yards, and they penetrate the Owls' red zone.
But they had him in the backfield. I don't understand. I'm not sure who overran the play, but they actually had him in the backfield. And he breaks out. I tell you what, Henry's talented.
Yeah. Former Lamar Texan went out to Texas Tech. Stepping in that number 1 running back role. First down to the Owls 17, 27-24. Rice leads Houston by 3 in motion. They go down. Now they give it to him on end around to the right side with a big fella, Johnson, leading the block. A flag comes in as looked like Taylor was held around that right side, and Dell squeaks his way to the 12, but this will be coming back and then some.
That's right there. Oh, my goodness. I mean, they're showing the arsenal of speed, but that flag right there was...
Yes, indeed, on Johnson.
That flag was right on time, and you could see the big offensive lineman stick his paw out there and hold Gabe Taylor up just a little bit. That was huge. That's a really, really big play.
Penalty number 7 of the night on the Cougars. It takes them.
We'll take another. I mean, we'll take as many penalties on this drive as they can give us. Because right now, their plays, they're calling some really creative plays. Those creative plays are creating yards for the Cougars.
They've got Snead back in there as the tailback to the right of Toon. Cougars first down and 17 at the Rice 24. Owls bring a little pressure up the middle. Back to pass. Toon going to gallop up the middle on the quarterback draw. 15, cuts it right to Lockhart. Hits him on his left side. Williams helping out on the stop, too. Good 12-yard jaunt to the right side. 2nd and 5 now for the Cougars.
Design play right there. Sneak, and, of course, no spy there. The middle of the field is a soft belly, and you have to be very careful. When you don't have a spy and you have a Clayton Toon at quarterback, that's trouble. That's big trouble.
Cody Jackson from Belleville out to the right. OU transfer. Henry back in there as the running back in that pistol set. Receiver here to the near side for the Cougars as well. Toon, shotgun snap. Gives it to Henry. A straight div off the left guard. Runs in, and Chuku holds on to his ankle. Then a late flag comes in as Quint Titt comes in there to finish off the play at the 10. It would be a 3rd down and 2.
Let's back it up.
Yeah, they call that on 70. That must be Triante Sylvester. We were told he switched his jersey to 46 to come as an extra tight end, but that's Sylvester from Grove Bridge, Louisiana.
Well, I tell you what.
Second big penalty in the last 3 plays.
In this drive, when they're on the move, that does kill your momentum, but you also have to remember they're in Rice territory right now, so there are no let-ups at this particular point in time. You have to be able to make a play if you're the Rice Owls defensive, and I still say a takeaway would be huge right now. 7:14 remaining in this game. Rice is only up 27-24.
Backs a pretty good leg. We'll see what Coach Holverson does if it comes to it. 2nd and 15. The 7:05 mark, 7:04. Ball's to the 22. In the 4th quarter, Rice leads by 3, 27-24. Toon shotgun. Tells his guy to get in motion. Here's the snap of the waist. Nothing to left, sets up screen to the right side. Snead back up the middle and runs into a big pile of blue and gray and red at the bottom. Look like Braylon Carroll and Myron Morrison teaming up on that stop for the Scholars here. So only a yard gain there. 3rd down at about 14.
Yeah, D-line doing a great job up front that time. They were not fooled. And the great thing is that on that particular play, no gain on that play. Other thing is, because the D-line is doing such a great job, the secondary is able to cover their guys. There was nobody open downfield for Toon to get to. And so, hey, there you go. No gain on that play.
Yeah, they squeaked the ball back a little bit, so no gain. 3rd and 15 to 22. You would not turn down a sack here Ball at the 22-yard line. Dell in motion in front of Toon. Takes the snap at the waist. Pressure from Schumann coming from behind. Looks like throws right. It's caught by Golden. Lowers the head, and he will get that first down the right sideline down to the 15. Lamont Narcisse and him into tangle at the 15. Shy that they got back by the original line of scrimmage. So now they will kick it. Beg your pardon there, folks.
Yeah, it's 4th and 8. They only got 7 plays.
So this will be about a 32-yard field goal if they attempt to go for it. Yes, indeed. Backs are lining up.
Yeah, sorry about that, JP. They only got 7 yards on that play, and that was a big stop by the defense that time. Huge.
Yeah, Baxa had a 37-yarder earlier. This would be 32 right hash. His holder is the punter, Wilkins. This would tie it up at the 5-minute and 24-second mark. Clock still running. Snap, hold are both good. Big right leg kicking to this, closed into our left. It's up, and it is good. Both field goal kickers have been perfect on the night. And what else would you want? A tie game going late into the fourth quarter between two old crosstown rivals. Rice 27 and Houston 27. Back with more coming up. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the Medical Center, the Museum District, or Rice University. We offer the largest suite in the Medical Center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you do a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
We got to catch up on a break here. We'll be right back. Rice 27, Houston 27. Back right after this is Rice football from Learfield. We'll be back right after this. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Hey fans, this is Wayne Cook, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcasts. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Remaining in this game, Rice and the Cougars are tied at 27. Cougars just tied it. 12 plays, 60 yards, 6:26. A 32-yard field goal by Lane Wilkins ties the game.
Back to the big-legged kicker, going to kick it off here as well. And he'll be teeing it up. Kicks it deep. Ottaviano staring up at this beautiful Houston night sky. And yes, he takes it away from Thompson up right hash the 10. Turned around, gets bumped. 15, falling forward. Not a great return. He gets out to the 18-yard line. Great special teams coverage there by the Cougars. Rice football this year brought to you by Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider for Rice Athletics. Visit HoustonMethodist.org. Houston Methodist leading medicine. Nate, where else would you rather be? Rice 27, Houston 27, 5:10 to go, and the Owls get the football here at the 18-yard line.
Nowhere. This is the place where you want to be on a Saturday night watching these two rivals who play against each other. This is the 44th meeting, and I tell you what, this is one heck of a game.
Johnson and Montgomery behind McMahon, who's under center. First down, they start the drive for the 18, and a handoff to Montgomery. Big fella lowering the shoulder and the helmet and getting good lean past the 22 to the 23 before meeting Nunnery after a 5-yard gain. 2nd down and 5 under the 5-minute mark.
Nothing would be better than to watch Cam Montgomery break off a 64-yard touchdown run right now, because it would be speed upon speed, and that's what this game has been about. It's been about strength on strength, speed on speed, quarterback against quarterback. Which guy has more elusiveness? We've seen this all night long. A lot of talent on both sides of the football.
Rosner McCaffrey, twins to the left side. Owls have Johnson, the fullback, hand down right next to Brownlee. Snap, play action Montgomery, and the ball is lost as McMahon was sacked, and Owls lineman, Cole Servant, picks it up. Thank goodness, otherwise that was a mortal disaster. Back to the 11. The Owls go backwards. Loss of 12 yards on that play. Good gosh almighty.
That didn't help. He didn't see it. What they're doing, they're coming. It's called a double A gap. They're going after quarterback from double A gaps. And what you're seeing, he's not seeing it. TJ is not seeing it. When he takes the snap, his back is turned. So it's a double A gap blitz. He's not seeing it. And when it's coming, it's too late for him to try to make a play.
Cougars, a 5th tackle for a loss here on the game. 3:42 to go. Owls 30 forever. They're on 11. They need 17. Shotgun. McMahon hit as he throws it. It's spiked into the dirt. Picked up by the Cougars. They go in for a touchdown. This is another case. It should be an incomplete pass. The officials signal a touchdown, but his arm was clearly going forward. And this should be overturned.
Yeah, that definitely should be overturned. That is not a touchdown. Although you had the end zone ref calling it to be a touchdown. There's no way.
Yeah, at the very least, you think it would be reviewed. Yeah, they're bringing the replay, neon green guys out here, so they'll be looking at this. At least I thought.
They're not going to call for a replay?
Yeah, I'm surprised about that. I'll get another look at it, but live, that did not look like that was a touchdown. So it'll be another defensive score against the Owls here, but it's 33-27. Houston, it stands as Caesar, an 11-yard scoop and score. I'm floored by that. I don't know why they're not looking at it. I did not see a replay, though, to be fair. Is there a march of this off?
There it is.
And, yeah, finally.
There it is.
Timeout is called for them to look at it.
They got to look at that.
They have an ESPN Plus feed, so this is not a regular television crew here to get all the angles, but so far, Owls call the timeout to think about challenging this one. Yeah, McMahon.
Arm's still going forward.
It looked like his arm, and the challenge comes in there. Did you see it, Nate? What'd you think after that first look at it?
Arm's still going forward. The ball, I think they're going to have a tough call to make here. They've got to determine whether or not that ball was out before his arm was going forward, or whether or not he was actually going forward with the ball. And from what I see, he's going forward with the ball. That's an incomplete pass.
Jones hit him as his arm was going forward. And, of course, Caesar does the right thing, scoops it up and goes in. What's working against Rice here is that was ruled a touchdown on the field. So you have to see the overwhelming evidence. And with it not being...
It's going to be overturned.
We don't know that yet, but with that being a web stream and not having all the angles, they're stuck with the ones they have.
I'm telling you. I think the call, JP, I'm going to say it's going to be overturned because his arm is moving forward as he's trying to get rid of the ball, and the ball is with his arm. If the ball came out before he was actually moving forward, before his arm was moving forward, then that would be a fumble.
What is at stake here? If it stands as a play that's called on the field, Houston would lead after the fumble return 33-27. Otherwise, the Owls would be punting deep in their own end. There's no circumstance where the Owls get the ball back in a tie game in this case. It would be 4th down and a long ways. Had a few really good looks at it. The replay officials, a few booths down to our right, making extra certain they get this one square. 3:34 to go in this ball game.
The thing I don't like about it is, you don't have a lot of time to work. Even if it's 27-27 after this.
Here's Mr. Barnett, Nate. Sorry.
It's confirmed.
Yeah, they confirm it. It's a touchdown. I just did not see it that way. Obviously, the blue and gray glasses here, and another defensive score against the Owls this year. That's the 5th score by the defense against Rice here this year. 11-yard fumble return. So it'll be third extra point pending. The Owls will be down a touchdown coming up here. Those turnovers will hurt you every time. 3:34 mark, and point is up, and it is good by Baxa. 3:34 left, Houston 34, and Rice 27. Back right after this. This is Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify. Rice Owls football this season brought to you by IBEW. Owls are so proud again to be partnering with IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University in Houston for over 100 years. Cougars lead now 34-27. It is uncanny. Owls have got to protect the football a lot better, no matter if that was a warranted call or not. It's been the one bugaboo for them here this season.
Yeah, it really has, and it's hurt them, and it hurt them that time. You got a lot of time still left in the ball game. It's not over. Cougars are up by 7, but this is a critical part of the ball game. Boy, you really needed to score. You needed to get out of trouble, and you needed to score. And unfortunately, the Cougars came up with a big defensive play that we were hoping Rice would be able to come up with a little bit earlier.
Kevin Chamberlain on the feed saying, let's go Rice. Yes, indeed. Kevin, 34-27. Ironically, it comes down to what we said would be a big key in the game. The Owls' offensive line against the Cougars' defensive line. Those are some mean young guys. They haven't been Parrish, but Caesars had a good game. They had the right pressure at the right time.
They did. They called the right play at the right time. The play before that, when they called a double-A gap blitz, that set it up. And then they came back with another play, very similar, and they were able to get to TJ. They've been able to get to TJ at times when, TJ had made plays before, eluding the defensive line of the Houston Cougars. But that time, you're in the red zone. It's really, really tough. You're deep in your own territory, and it's really, really difficult.
Didn't help. The Owls did not have a great special teams return last time to set everything up. Both teams have had the ball around the 26-yard line to start their possession. And keep in mind, yes, indeed, like Nate said, you can feel, this is a road game technically, the shortest road trip in the FBS, just 6-7 miles away, depending on what route you take. It is momentum inside of the Cougars, but the Owls still only down a score here as Baxa will kick this one off. Ottaviano standing at his own 2-yard line. Baxa takes a deep breath, counts to 5 on his right, counts to 5 on his left. And here comes the kick. Line driver that spins over the head of Ottaviano and out of bounds. So back to the 25-yard line for the Rice Owls. Appreciate you tuning in wherever you are. Owls now looking to tie here, trailing 34-27, about 3.5 minutes to go.
Remember, Mike Bloomgren has always said that what they have to do is calm TJ McMahon down. They have to get him back in sync. He has to understand what he needs to do, and this is a huge, huge drive with 3:34 remaining in this game, JP. Only down 7. They've got a chance to tie this thing up, and no telling what could happen after that.
They've got to get a touchdown here. The last 3.5 minutes, 2:24 on the passing for McMahon. Here's the snap, McMahon, shotgun, looking left, got the slant. Rosner the grab, the 30, and he lunges forward. Rosner getting his 3rd grab of the day. Goes for 8 yards back across the middle to the 33-yard line. Second down for the Owls. Remember, they got only one timeout remaining, so they're not exactly in hurry-up mode, but they can't take their time either.
No, they can't take time, and the thing you probably need to do is speed this defense up a little bit. You might want to go tempo against this defense. Well, I tell you what, defensive back was right there where Rosner was. That was a good catch by Rosner.
McCaffrey was in the backfield. Now he moves to the right. And now they move some other backs around, and McMahon ends up in the shotgun. Low snap at the knees, looking slant over the middle, but the ball was knocked incomplete. Looks like somebody tipped it at the line of scrimmage. I think that might have been Neal who got his hand on it, but it sets up a third down and 2 coming up for the Owls. They're on 33-yard line, trailing 34-27, 2:52 to go.
The passes they're throwing within 20 yards are low trajectory passes. So those defensive linemen are getting their hands up. The balls that they throw in the 9 routes and the 8 routes, they have a better shot at hitting those because TJ's vision is better.
The Cougars have timed their belt recently on third downs. Owls 4 of 11 on the money down. 3rd and 2. They're on 33. Roll the pocket to the right side. McMahon looking, heaves it towards the sideline, high and incomplete. But a late flag comes in as Caesar plants McMahon at the 18, and they give the Owls new life here to extend this drive. That extends for 15 yards. So that'll move it up near midfield now. A gift. Thank you very much, Nelson Caesar. The Owls will have it.
Caesar knew it too. The minute the flag was thrown, he knew it. He went to his knees. He knelt. And when he knelt, he knew that he gave him new life, 15 yards. That's new momentum for the Rise Up. That should be a sign. That should be a sign. This is where you call all your best plays right here because you got to get 7 with 2:47 remaining. You don't want to get down to 2 minutes without making a really big play here.
Gruen, the tight end, left. Got McCaffrey and Rosner over there, but Rosner will trot over here to this near way. Play clock's down to 16 seconds. Broussard the back. Shotgun McMahon. Shows it to Ari. Play action, though. Looking left side. Thrown high. Caught by McCaffrey. The sideline, the 38-yard line. And he gets shoved out of bounds at the 35 by Alex Hogan there. And give him 17 yards down that left sideline. Hey, where have we said that tonight? McCaffrey is 7th grab of the night.
That was a good play that time. The TJ had plenty of good protection. Cougars really did swing the blitz. Wouldn't surprise me, though, with 2:33 remaining on first down, they don't hear because they could be going past. I would work the near side of the field, which is the Cougar sideline. I'd work it to see if I can get something happening here.
Well, now you got Esdale and Rosner to this way. That's 121 yards receiving now for McCaffrey. First down at the Houston 35, north of the 2-minute mark. Back to pass. McMahon deflected up and picked off. Cougars 20, 25 up to the 30, and nosing out of bounds is Antonio Brooks. That could decide it as the Cougars trotted up on the deflected interception. I think he was trying to go to Rosner over the middle. Who was he looking for? But they get another pick. They came in top 20 in the country in INTs. That's the first one that McMahon's thrown tonight. No flags that will stand. We have a break. Back in a bit. Not over yet. Houston 34, Rice 27. 2:08 to go. It's Rice football from Nearfield.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar. We're talking Spokes Oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is sleeping. You know, we oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter, a po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
College football.
For the end zone. Good for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon with the ponies at the board. Back to the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network. On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the Little Woodrow's postgame show. Coming up, postgame reaction, including stats and highlights, other scores, and a look ahead at what's next for the Owls.
The Little Woodrow's postgame coming up, 2:08 to go. 34-27. Houston leads Rice here. I could have sworn it was Brooks, but Waniki, they're giving the interception. 28-20 for the Cougars. But either way, Cougars just, you think doing the math, need a first down here. A couple of knees. The Owls do have one timeout to take. Houston has all three, but they will not be any interest in trying to stop the clock.
No, not at all. And they're going to try to run it out. I just feel so badly because the Rice Owls really played such a great game. Game isn't over yet. We'll see what happens.
The scoop and score and the pick. The turnovers swinging the pendulum. Hand to the left side to Henry. Jumps over the pile, and Mike Bloomgren will call a timeout with 2:05 to go in this game. A 1-yard gain. Second down and 9 for Houston. So you do the quick arithmetic. It's a danger at this stretch. Trust in the math, but Owls might be able to get the ball back if they could have 3 really quick snaps. No, that'd be close. It'd be getting to the last half minute right now.
Tell you what, when you shine, you shine. And when you look, when things don't go your way, it's really very reflective. And it's just unfortunate. The scoop and score, the pick six, or the pick rather, and then all of a sudden it's just not working out the way you had hoped it would work out.
Okay, second down and 9. Cougars at their own 36-yard line. Got Henry there as the back. The play clock has started. There are 2 more plays. Yeah, the Owls could still get the ball back if they hold them here. Owls have 5 down on the line. They play fake it up the middle. 2 running left, galloping past the 40. He had to get to the 45 in the first down. He stopped at the 43, so he gets 7 yards. So a third down, and a game is on the line situation here. Third down and about a yard coming up.
Yeah, that was a bold move to run your quarterback out there, expose your quarterback. But I tell you what, he's very good at running the football, very adept. And certainly that time, he knows what's on the line.
So now with 1:30 to go, play clock at 12. Yeah, the Owls could get a stop here somehow on third down and 1. They'd still have a chance getting the ball back, but they'd have no timeouts inside a minute. U of H going to call a timeout here, getting down to 1 second on the play clock. They will collect, discuss, and they can get a first down here. That would do it.
I can't tell you how much experience plays in being able to win games when you're talking about turnovers, late in games. Those things hurt. You have to understand and realize what's on the line, and understand you have to protect the football. And tonight they'll look at this. Kind of reminds you a little bit of USC game where you turn the ball over late, or you turn the ball over period, and all of a sudden, it's going the other team's way.
Game of inches sometimes. You got the passive interception by Waniki on a deflection, and it was a very debatable, disputed scoop and score there. It looked like McMahon's arm was going forward, but Caesar played the play out and got an 11-yard touchdown. It could end up being the deciding point in this game. 3rd and 1, ball game on the line. 1:16 to go. Cougars at the 44. They need to cross the 45 to end this game. Hand to Henry, stop short. He is stopped short. And Owls do not have a timeout left. 1:06, 1:05, 1:04 to go. So the Cougars will have a 4th down decision. Do they punt it here and give the ball back to the Owls here with around 30 seconds, or do they go for it on 4th down? What a decision here.
If it were me, what would I do? And I'm up 7.
They're going for it.
I'd probably go for it. That's exactly right.
This is dicey. If the Owls could, this is not the by the book call.
No, because what they could do is punt the ball and have Rice drive it all the way with about 30 plus seconds remaining in the game.
They get it down close to 0 and they call a timeout. A 30-second stoppage, and that's less than a yard too. He's got about half a yard. If he gets it, game's over. But they choose to punt this one away. The Owls could have at least a couple plays, but be only about 15, 17 seconds.
They'd have about 4 plays.
If that. Yeah, 30 seconds exactly on the clock.
Well, that's right. They have to punt it. So if that's the case, then they're going to punt it.
They will. Going back is Wilkins to boot this one. Sean Fresh going back to return this punt.
They're thinking take it home.
That would be a way to end it. And the Owls will probably bring some pressure in here. This will be the Owls' first punt return of the night, if they can return it. 30 seconds left. 4th down and 1, the 44. And Houston, 10 seconds to snap it. Deep snapper is Gavin Gately from Milwaukee, Oregon. College of the Siskiyous. They're the Eagles. I looked up their mascot this week. And they get the delay of game. They'll go down to 0. They're trying to draw the Owls offside, so it'll be a 4th down and 6 coming up. They'll have a little more room to boot it away. So now, Fresh back deep. 10 penalties on the night for the Cougars. So you got to figure the Owls get it back. 20, 25 seconds left. Then the fun will begin. Wilkins takes it. Avoids the pressure. Some contact comes in, a flag, and that'll do it. Goes back deep, does a good acting job. He sold it. And this will be nudging into the punter. Owls had to bring that pressure in, though, so you can't fault him too much. And that'll do it. That is all she wrote. But the Owls gave him a scare here. And, so, it'll be 4th and 1. 24 seconds up. So, after that, it'll be 4th and 1. Cougars celebrating as if the game was over. They got me. I admit I was duped for a little bit there.
4th and 1. Only got 5 out of that.
Now we're back to where we were before they called the timeout. And 24 seconds left instead of 30 on the clock.
So Dana Holgerson is out talking with the refs right now, and I think what he's trying to do.
The running into the kicker has been declined. It'll be 1st and 1.
So bring it back. Ball at the 6-yard line.
24 seconds remaining. You got about 3 plays out of that.
You hope so.
Yeah.
And remember, you're down 7 here. Houston 34, Rice 27.
Yeah, field goal in. It's Kobe Campbell time. You got to get Kobe in there. You get all your fast guys in there.
Owls bring out the speedsters. Montgomery there alongside Rosner, McCaffrey.
No count.
Bradley in there as the back. Esdale late getting on. 24 seconds left. Owls 1st and 10. Down 7. A little bit of hope. It's not much, but all Owls at their own 6. 2 safeties back deep.
Work that left sideline. Work it.
Put Bradley and Montgomery back to the line. Shotgun snap coming back to McMahon from his own end zone. Looking left, throwing a deep out caught by Rosner. Spins out of bounds to the 27-yard line. 18 seconds left. Not bad for 21 yards. Up the left sideline, gives the Owls a little bit of daylight.
Yeah, they're going to give them what they want. 7 points on the field. Wherever Rosner goes, generally is where you want to work. But depending on the coverage that they give them, and we'll wait until they actually line up.
34-27, Houston leads Rice. 18 seconds left. Remember, Rice, no timeouts remaining. Rosner, Esdale to the right. Montgomery to this right side as well. Snap comes back to McMahon. Surveying, running out to the right side. Stops. He was back over the middle. Caught by Esdale at the 40. He goes down immediately. The clock will stop to move the chains for the first down. 10 seconds left. And you want to get it to at least have a Hail Mary heave. Nope. McMahon comes up to the line of scrimmage and spikes the football. 8 seconds left. You got a quick play here. Something to the sideline. We know they'll be trying to take that away to where you could heave it into the end zone.
I love that. I'm thinking the alignment. You got to have to the strong side. You've got to have Bradley and Rosner both on the strong side. Now they're bringing in the tall guys. They're bringing in the big guys, but they took Bradley out of the game, took Cam out of the game.
Yeah, so this leads you to think they're trying to squeeze one play in here. Have to be something really quick or a first down to get a Hail Mary chance near midfield. But right now they're 60 yards away. Rice down by 7, 2nd and 10. Another great Bayou bucket. Trips to the right side. Shotgun McMahon takes the snap. 3-step drop. Moves to the left side. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Heaves it down towards the right sideline. It's caught by Rosner. He goes inside the 10. 3 zeros on the clock. That should do it. Brad Rosner made the catch. Fell down inside the 10. Owls elected to heave it deep. And there's some more discussion. The officials, they caught it, so they'll have to move the chains for the first down.
Yeah, but time
was not on the clock there. And Houston saying the game's over. Rice, of course, saying, hey, they've got one more play left. This would be very interesting if they give them 52 yards. But they can't spike it to stop a clock that does not exist right now. But there's no time on the clock. And now we're going to have to hear from Mr. Barnett here. Let's see. They're trying to rush and play, but the referee, Ronnie Barnett, saying, hey, wait, hold on, guys. We got to talk about this. I think the Owls might say, hey, we need an untimed down here. Since they got the first down, the Cougars wondering about it. Belly aching coming out. Game should be over here. I don't see how the Owls would have a play.
This was beyond me.
Unless they're looking at the replay, trying to figure out if there was time left on the clock when Rosner comes.
There's 1 second. Oh, my goodness. Let's take it to the last second.
Here we go. 1 second left. First and goal at the 9-yard line. And now Dana Holgerson won the timeout. That would be 51 yards to Bradley Rosner. Woo. Owls looking for the miracle ending here. First and goal at the 9.
And you know what? They're going to get it.
You hope so.
They're going to get this miracle ending they're looking for. It's right there for to be had.
Yeah, Cougars used it last time.
Well, the reason you want to use that timeout, these guys, they were ready to make a play. They were ready. They had the play already set up. You got to make sure that you guys are ready.
After Mr. Barnett cleared things up, the Owls were ready to start a quick snap.
Exactly right.
The clock would have started, of course, when the ball was snapped. The Owls looking for a miracle ending here. This started on their own. The first and goal at the 9-yard line. This fifth play of the drive here. 1 second to go. Owls down 7. First and goal at the 9. The Owls have some magic here. Connors the back, trips to the left side. Owls one more crack at it. Here's the snap. McMahon looking left, going to the end zone. It's high for McCaffrey, incomplete in the end zone. As they're looking left side, and that should do it. The Owls fought to the bitter end, and they lose to the Houston Cougars. But what a whale of a finish that we weren't expecting. With 30 seconds to go, that drive starting at their own 6-yard line. 34 seconds remaining. The Owls come almost so close to tying this one up.
If TJ puts that ball in front of McCaffrey, it's a touchdown. That is, man, that one hurts because they played so hard. They really did. Rice Owls, I give it to the Houston Cougars. They played well as well. But I just thought that the Rice Owls played so hard. And they're coming away after a couple of really big turnovers in the game. And they come up losing this game by 7 points, by a touchdown.
We'll hear from Coach Bloomgren here in a matter of moments. Jason Mitko talks with him on the sideline. Bayou Bucket presentation. Mr. Paday down there. Here's Coach Bloomgren with Jason Mitko.
Coach, this was a war of attrition. In the end, what was the difference?
They made a couple more plays than we did. That's the bottom line. You know, these are two teams that you feel like we've closed the gap on them. I think we did a really good job putting plans together, and for the most part, our guys executed really well. But, hey, man, when the game was on the line, they made a few more plays. And so I got to tip my hat to them, man. I hate it. But they outplayed us in that fourth quarter.
You must be more than pleased with the effort your boys put in here tonight on the road in a hostile environment against an American Conference team here in Houston.
Oh, always pleased. Always pleased with our guys' effort and the fight and the physicality. You know, again, we just want the results. We are at a place where I wanted to help these guys get a win today because I know how much it meant to them. We came up short. And you know what? We're going to keep working, and we start conference play next week, and we're going to go get that.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys, a heartbreaker for sure. The bucket stays in the Houston University of Houston, and what an effort, though. Guys should be proud here tonight. Back to you.
Yeah, it just came so close. A wild ending to that one. The Owls started with, 34 seconds left around their 6-yard line. In there, they had two plays, 15, 20 yards, one to Rosner, one to Esdale, a 51-yard heave to Rosner inside the 10-yard line, and they're given one more play because there's 1 second. Of course, in the college game, you have to stop the clock to move those chains, and the Owls had one crack to throw at the end zone. What an effort tonight by Rice.
It really was, and they're going to go back and look at the film and see where they did a lot of things well, but Coach Bloomgren was short of saying, and I just feel that way, when the game's on the line, you have to make those big plays if you're going to win. And U of H made them. They made the big plays when they needed them. The difference is the experience of Clayton Toon in big games versus T.J. McMahon. He's got to get that big game experience.
51 yards at next to last play. That was a big play. Yeah.
That's great. But, you have to be able to finish it. And the finish would have been a 10. You put that ball where only he can get it, because that DB was on his back. You put it where only he can get it, and we're looking at a tie game.
Wow, that would have been wild. But the Cougars, they get this Bayou Bucket win, and we'll have more coming up in the Little Woodrow's postgame. We'll try to get some words down in the locker room from some of the Owls. Houston beats Rice 34-27. Bayou Bucket goes the way of the Cougars. Back after this, more of the postgame festivities. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar. We're talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is sleeping. We oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
football.
For the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Back in the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network. Rice Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome to the Little Woodrow's postgame show. Coming up, postgame reaction, including stats and highlights, other scores, and a look ahead at what's next for the Owls.
Rice South falling this one at the Houston Cougars by a 34-27 final. Rice having the ball at their own 6-yard line, which we said a few times, and then getting that pass over the middle. Esnail and then Rosner, right? Rosner, Esnail, then Rosner. Yeah, Rosner had that first one near the sideline that we said got out past the 25-yard line. Completed to Esnail. He did a good job getting it close at the 40, and they spiked that one. And then they heaved one, 51 yards. Rosner catching it inside the 10. And could you imagine the Owls would need an escort to get out of here if the Owls had come back and tied it and won that one. But the Owls were given one more play from the 9-yard line, and the roommate connection, like it hooked up so many times tonight. McMahon was not able to get the middle, a little bit left of the center of the end zone. It was just a tad high, as Nate was saying, and not able to get McCaffrey. But the 2 turnovers in that fourth quarter, the big difference. The scoop in the score from Jones, chick that Caesar, and then you had the deflected ball from that was their backup safety, Waniki, who had that interception. Owls eventually got it back, but still, that took a lot of wind out of the Owls' sails at that time, too.
Well, you know what? They play with big hearts tonight, did the Rice Owls. And, you know, the other team does, too. They play with a big heart tonight. University of Houston Cougars, congratulations on the win. Sometimes there are plays that just turn a game around. And, of course, their defense was able to come up with a couple more plays, than the Rice Owls. TJ McMahon, I got to give it to him. In the face of adversity and huge defensive linemen coming his way, he still delivered big passes tonight. But if you're going to win, you have to be able to finish, especially in a game like this. We saw Clayton Tune do it, and you have to be able to win. You have to be able to finish. They'll get to that point, and I think they're learning as they go. I tell you what, TJ, he's the right guy for the right moment.
He stood up a lot of big plays.
He stood in there and he made some plays. He stood in there in the face of big defensive linemen coming at him, and he made some plays. And even when he turns his back on a snap, especially on a rollout, when he's turning his back, he can't see the blitz, the double-A gap blitz, and they called it. They timed it perfectly. For the play that they had no idea it was going to be run, but they knew at the specific time. Call this play, and I guarantee you we'll be able to make something happen on our end.
More coming up here on Little Woodrow's postgame. The Rice Owls fall to the Houston Cougars 34-27 here at TDECU Stadium. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classic. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself at the next game. All Hands, Damn Fine Cocktails, proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs.
Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244 because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Fouls fall in this one, 34-27 here at TDECU Stadium. This will go down in the memory books, but it does not turn out the Owls' way. A 27-27 game around the 5-minute mark, and Nelson Caesar, an 11-yard scoop and a score that we saw differently, but they called it live on the field, a touchdown, and then they went back for the replay. And it was a 34-27, but a lot happened after that. A deflected interception for the Cougars, and then a wild sequence where they're trying to milk the clock. They eventually pinned the Owls inside the 10, but then the Owls had some big plays. A 51-yard pass to Rosner inside to the 9-yard line, and then they had a chance in the end zone to try to get it to a one-point game, but the Owls fall in this one. And they played the Cougars close. That doesn't count in the end for anything, but it lets you know that Rice has improved. 2-2 on the season, but still, I'll let the Owls have. We've seen them improve a lot. Jason Metco is down in the locker room trying to get a couple of guys.
Yeah, we have seen them improve a lot, but as Mike Bloomgren would probably say, production. Mm-hmm. It's about production. It's about wins and losses, and yeah, they look better. They're 2-2 now, but I firmly believe this is a game they should have had.
Yeah, and they
should have had. Can't turn the ball over. Turnovers have hurt them. USC didn't hurt them so much against Louisiana nor McNeese, but you're playing Houston. You're playing on hostile territory. Playing in hostile territory, can't turn over. All right,
Jason Metco down in the locker room. He has Bradley Rosner tonight. 5 catches, 123 yards, Metco.
Bradley, you guys gave it everything here tonight. In the end, you just came up short, but how's the locker room feeling at this point, knowing that you gave everything you had out there this evening against a team like Houston?
We're a little disappointed. We know that's not the outcome we want, and we know that's not how it should have went. But we all know what's next. We got conference coming up. We're going to use this game as motivation and come ready to play next Saturday.
Personally, how would you rate your performance here tonight?
I think just like everybody's feeling like they left a little bit out there. There were some plays that of course I wish I could take back and redo, but it's in the past and we just got to move on.
You mentioned conference play coming up starting next week. With something like this, how quickly do you start focusing on conference play, or do you go back and think about this particular game for a certain amount of time, or is it the old Ted Lasso adage of mind of a goldfish?
It's a little bit of both. We're going to watch the film probably tonight, Sunday, and Monday a little bit. But then it's a quick turnaround. We got to start preparing. We can't hang our heads on this one. We're going to make the corrections that we need to and come ready to go against UAB.
Go ahead, JP.
Jason, ask him about that last sequence where they almost got into the end zone. He had 2 big catches, and I don't think you can hear us. But.
Okay, the last sequence, two big catches in there. Can you just talk about how that sequence developed and the fact that you still had one more shot there with practically no time left?
Yeah, that was a crazy situation. That's one of those ones you see on YouTube that's like 1 in a million, which was crazy to be a part of. Just unfortunate it didn't go our way. It was right there in our hands, and we just let it slip through.
Appreciate the time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Bradley. And that was a big game from Bradley. He'd give all the yards back to get that win. 5 catches, 123 yards. McCaffrey, 7 grabs, 121. Those are some big bad boys there, Rosner and McCaffrey against this. It's not a slouch secondary as well too. They had a good game.
I just don't think they. I don't think they play. They didn't like you said, like Rosner said, they left something on the field. I don't think we saw the best from those guys tonight. I really don't. I think 10 has some more to give, and I think 2 has some more to give. And when we see them finally pull it all together, it's going to be beautiful to watch. I just think they should have won this game tonight, man.
Yeah, they're not far off, though. Esdale had 5 grabs, 64 yards
He's
himself.
big.
But
He's big in the intermediate game where you have a guy who can go from 0 to 40 yards and make those big-time catches, and then you have Rosner and McCaffrey on the outside. And 17, for the life of – well, I would have had him in the game more because it's speed on speed, and you have to be – at secondary, you got to be able to tire him out. If they're going to play zone and sit back in the zone all night long, you don't have guys like that, like Kobe, who can actually outrun a secondary, a zone coverage, by the way, then – you got to play like you did. And of course, they gave it all they had. I just wish they had won it.
Oh, so close, 9 yards away from one of the crazier endings in college football history around here. Stay tuned. More coming up in our Little Woodrow's postgame, 34-27. Cougars beat the Owls. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself for the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
Western College football.
For the end zone. Going for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Back to the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network.
Looking at some of these final digits, we'll have more scores here in a second, too. I think we had final stat books. Yes, indeed, Nate, just to your left. We do want to take a old gander at this one. The Rice Owls fall to the Houston Cougars, 34-27. Here are a few of those stats as the teams measured up against each other. The blue and gray falling to 2-2, and the Cougars going up to 2-2. What's the Cougars and those close games? What's the deal? They have played 4 wild games. This 7-point margin, their widest margin of the first 4 games. I guess they had the 18-point loss to
Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas, but the 3 other games that they've had, the close decisions, have been within what?
3 points. 3 points.
3 points.
Because they lost
3 points
they
and then
Texas
7
Tech
points.
by 3, and they it was UTSA. They beat them by 3. So now they've got Tulane coming up, I believe.
And the yardage dead even, close to it. Rice 424 total yards and Houston 427 total yards. Owls 334 passing and Houston 249. Net yards rushing. Owls just 90 on the ground. That was a big difference as you had Henry's big game, 178 yards. Toting that note here tonight. Possession time, the Cougars end up with the ball a little bit more. The ball they had the ball 10 more seconds than Rice in this game. That was at a standstill. Third down conversions were big. Rice 4 of 11, Houston 6 of 12. Owls converted their only fourth down conversion attempt, and U of H was 0 for 1 on its fourth downs. Owls 3 of 4 on their red zones, and Houston 4 of 4 on its red zones. And this is another big one, as this is not correct. Not my job. But they have points off turnovers. It should have been Houston definitely had that scoop in the score. I believe that would be a point off a turnover. But
yeah, they have 1 for 7
for Rice, but none for the Cougars.
Well, they have one. What at least when I'm looking at game comparison, when I'm looking at here, they have 1 for 7, and then the points off turnovers for the Rice Owls. They have 2 turnovers and then 7 points.
In this digital age, we got to trust the digital scorebook there instead of the hard paper copy, right? And individual tallies, McMahon throws for 334, 25 out of 39 passing, 1 touchdown and 1 pick, completed 64% of his passes. And the Owls had 8 different rushers in this game, and they've got to run the football a little bit better. Ari Broussard had 2 rushing touchdowns, 9 third time's a charm, 9 carries, 15 yards, 2 scores. But Campbell, that 1 rush coming in the first half, led the Owls in rushing, 34 yards on the 1 carry. Montgomery 4 for 20, Broussard 9 for 15, but with 2 scores, 8 different rushers for the Owls. And Rice had 9 different receivers for the 25 catches, led by McCaffrey, 7 grabs, 121 yards, and Bradley Rosner, 5 grabs, 123 yards. Appreciate him joining us. And don't look now. Isaiah Esdale has another type of his game. He has a Rice high 64 yards on a 5-catch afternoon. Some other scattered receivers in there. On the Houston side, Clayton Tune, 19 of 26. Young boy can scoot it, 249 yards passing. And he ends up 26 yards rushing. But Henry, the big difference maker for them. They established the run. Rice did not. And the Cougars get 112 yards from Henry. And there goes that man, Tank Dell, 7 grabs, 134 yards to lead the Cougars receiving.
Yeah, that was I tell you what, though. Toon made the necessary runs and got the first downs when he needed. And he did everything he needed to do to keep drives alive. On the rollouts, he was so good, I thought, on the rollouts. And when he rolled out and there were no defenders in his way or in his vision or in his lane, passing lanes, he was able to deliver. You're right. The biggest difference there was the running game of the Houston Cougars. They were able to establish a run game with Henry, who had 112 yards on the night, and they also had a good passing game as well. Dell, that guy, man, he's got that track speed, he's got that sprint speed, and he is so fast. And, you talk about the receivers for the Rice Owls. Nice job by Esda. He's what we call a possession receiver. But you got the go-getters. You got the Greyhounds and McCaffrey and Rosner, and they were big tonight. It's just that you got to get some more. You got to get your fast guys in there.
Hey, another one. We haven't talked about on air except for maybe the USC game, but hopefully, I don't know any timetable. But getting Cedric Patterson back too. We haven't talked about him, but hopefully get him back the next couple weeks, if not sooner.
Cedric Patterson is another one of those possession receivers. Kills you in the intermediate area, 15 to 25 yards. It's like, oh my God, I got to defend this guy. He always finds a way to get open, and he's so good at coming back to the ball. That's what separates the good ones from the guys who can really catch the 25-yard passes, the 15-yard passes, the 19 for first downs when you need critical first downs when you need them.
Okay, lots to get to. We have more coming up here in our Little Woodrow's post-game show. We have we're done with the locker room. Thanks to Jason and thanks to Bradley Rosner for joining us here. Little Woodrow's post-game. We'll go over the DoubleTree by Hilton Medical Center scores and also have a look at what's on tap, brought to you by Acme Oyster House. Stay tuned. A lot more to get to. Houston 34, Rice 27. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 Westheimer. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, riceowls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Rice Owls fall to the Houston Cougars 34-27 tonight here at TDECU Stadium. But don't you know, the Owls put a scare into those Cougars tonight. Looking at some scores across the college football way, in Conference USA today, the win of the season by Conference USA was Middle Tennessee knocking off 25th ranked Miami 45-31. Last night, UTEP beat Boise State 27-10. Memphis beat North Texas 44-34. Mean Green dropped to 2-3 on the season. UTSA over Texas Southern over the Alamo Dome, 52-24. Western Kentucky scores late. They scored early. They scored in the middle. And in between, 73-0, they beat FIU in Bowling Green. Purdue beats FAU today. Beg your pardon. 4:35 left in the third. Long way to go in that one there. West Lafayette, 21-20. Purdue leads FAU. Still going in the fourth quarter. South Alabama leading La Tech 38-13, and South Carolina leading Charlotte in Columbia by a 35-14 count. Looking at the American Conference, where Rice will soon be, and Houston will slide on out the door. But they will hopefully leave a nice parting gift. But TCU and the Iron Skillet today goes into SMU. And for those that don't know, Sonny Dykes used to be the coach at SMU, and it was hostile from the start. TCU got a big jump in that game, and they win the Iron Skillet game for the first time since 2019. But it was TCU 42, SMU 34. Another score or two. They playing for the bell, and Nate, Southern Miss is leading undefeated Tulane, 27-17 at Yulman Stadium in the Big Easy.
Whoa.
Southern Miss, of course, that's a conference matchup. Used to be a conference matchup. That's a Sun Belt American matchup right now. Navy in double overtime beats East Carolina today, 23-20. And not all of them, but Ole Miss beats Tulsa 35-27. Some other Southwest flair today. I guess Nate's going to get to those here in a second, so I'll move on past the Big 12. But in the Sun Belt today, former Owls conference rival Marshall is trailing Troy late 13-7. That is in Alabama. And I already mentioned a Sun Belt game with Southern Miss and Tulane, but Texas State has just gone final. They beat HBU today by 34-0 count. And didn't play him much, 2-3 times, but Old Dominion squeaks by Arkansas State 29-26. Any of the top 25 make your head turn over there, Brother Nate.
Yes, but can I give you a high school stat?
I don't mind.
High school quarterback. P.J. Hatter at Westfield High School. I don't know who they played. He went 16 of you ready for this? 16 of 23 for 504 passing yards and 8 touchdowns. I have no idea who they played. 16 of 23 for 504 yards. That's never mind. Okay, so in the fourth quarter, top 25, Texas A&M 23, Arkansas 21.
Okay, now.
That's right. With about 10:05 remaining in that game, Ohio State all over Wisconsin 38-0. Kentucky leading Northern Illinois 31-17. Penn State defeated Central Michigan earlier today 33-14. Oklahoma now down to Kansas State.
What's that you say?
Hey, 24-20. Kansas State is leading Oklahoma in the third quarter with 11:42 remaining in that game. North Carolina State, number 12, North Carolina State, beating up on UConn 41-3 in the fourth quarter. And let's see if I can find one other game of interest that may just shock you just a
Did you
little
mention
bit.
Baylor in Clemson?
Baylor did not play Clemson. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Baylor defeated Iowa State today, 31-24. And Clemson all over Wake Forest. Nope, not all over. Barely over Wake Forest in two overtimes, 51-45. I watched that game, and Wake Forest gave them all they could handle at home. So they played them well. And I'm sure Dabo Swinney was wondering, where's my offense? But they finally found it. They went on and won that game 51-45.
All right, we'll wrap it up after this here in our Little Woodrow's broadcast booth. What's on tap coming up next? We'll look forward to those UAB Blazers. Doesn't get much easier for those Owls. Stay tuned. Coming up next, this is Rice Football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the year. Shoppers makes it so easy with just a few clicks at our website. We dare you to compare. Go see our specials by Googling Shoppers at SHOPPAS. Build the tractor package of your dreams with our Build It, Price It, Own It tool. And we'll deliver your John Deere tractor for free. The best for less at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
What if your preferred hospital could also be your primary care provider? At Houston Methodist, we go beyond hospital care, offering you everything from flu shots to well-known exams to managing your weight and cholesterol. And our primary care doctors and specialists are connected all across the city. So whatever the need, wherever you live, we can be there for you.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
Western College Football.
For the end zone. Going for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the bars. Back to the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network.
What's on tap brought to you by Acme Oyster House. We preview the Owls' next opponent, the UAB Blazers. It doesn't get too much easier, if at all. UAB, an off week this week. Head coach David Reeves, interim head coach, Bryant Vincent stepping in for Bill Clark. That was maybe the biggest story of the late offseason in Conference USA, as Bill Clark, some very bad back problems he had to tend to, as it's now the team under the direction of Bryant Vincent. And this is a team with the reigning Offensive Player of the Week, Dwayne McBride, and the reigning Defensive Player of the Week and linebacker Noah Wilder, names we are very familiar with. They played back-to-back really close games. You remember the end of that 2020 pandemic season where the Owls almost snuck out with a win at home. And then, of course, last year the Owls had that big upset win in Birmingham. So this is a club, you get a team that it's not out of the ordinary. The Owls hope that they're that team, but that you got to go through one of the best programs inside Conference USA outside of UTSA with UAB coming in.
They've been good. And a lot of people didn't know how good they were going to be, but this team has really, really been good over the years, and they will be very good when we meet them next week. This will be another test for Rice, but it's conference play. It's in conference play. And I think the games that they played, USC, University of Houston, Louisiana, and McNeese, they've all been different type games. I think the only game very similar was U of H tonight against and USC. Those games were very similar. But now UAB, when you play a team like UAB, you're getting a lot of everything. And we're talking about a good pass rush. We're talking about a good offense, quarterback. You get the
lots
whole
of speed in that
you do.
offense.
Lots of speed.
So we will see. That one is coming up on Saturday. It'll be a 6:30 start time at a 6 o'clock Houston Methodist pregame. Rice and the UAB Blazers back at the Frankie Hicks radio booth. UAB off today. This will be the first of 2 straight games. The Owls' opponent is off the previous week, but UAB 2-1 after a win against Georgia Southern, which had just beat Nebraska. But you can listen to all or part of it on the Rice Owls Game Day app, the Varsity Network app, riceowls.com. We have the in-stadium radio feed as well, 95.3 FM, and a rousing success. We have the YouTube and Facebook streams in the booth as well. And also, Rice folks telling us that the 4th annual Craft Brew Tailgate Festival returns to the Rice campus before that UAB game from 3:30 to 6, just next door at the George R. Brown Tennis Center. Fans can sample the latest local craft brewery offerings from 5 local Houston breweries, as well as offerings from Rice partners Yuengling and Accolade Wines. Any final words before we go out in the long road trek back home, Nate?
Proud of the Owls. I'm proud of them.
I'm
a little disappointed today, but I'm proud of what they've done and how far they've come. Last year, it was a blowout. They beat them up. U of H beat them up. Mm-hmm. And this year, not so much. Rice came out. They were the big dog for a long time on the field until the fourth quarter. When the fourth quarter came, that's when they started kind of having problems. And it was with the turnovers that caused that. So you got to find a way to stop turning the ball over. And I think once they do that, they'll be able to finish games, and that's really important. Meanwhile, I had fun calling the game with you and Jason. It's just a blast, man. There's no better place to be than right here in this booth on game night.
Stay tuned. Mike Bloomgren Show coming up on Monday night at Acme Oyster House. And then we have the Blue and Gray preview show, the Blue and Gray show, Wednesday. That's at noon with Matthew Bartlett of The Roost. Aggies punting up 23-21. Something tells me this one's coming down to the wire.
It is.
Up there at the Death Star. Aggies love playing those close and tight games, but get that back to a home and home. It is stupid playing at that dumb NFL, the dumbest of all NFL stadiums. But Talk Show JP will hush up now and be quiet. Nate, great job by you. We'll talk to you later.
And let's not forget Bob.
Yes. Thanks.
Bob does a heck of a halftime show now.
Yeah, he does. Y'all
He is. He owns it.
Yeah.
He really does. He owns it.
Taking
Bob
that
owns it.
And run with it there. Yeah, many people to thank. Remember, everything we give thanks to the sports information crews on both sides, Chuck Poole in company with Rice, Andrew Pate, the talented young man for the Houston Cougars. Thank you to his staff. And thank you to Walter Engineering, Bob on the numbers, and young Gail breaking in. They're not all like this, Gail, but we like them when they turn away on the other side. But young Gail helping us out. Spotting Jason Metka on the sideline. I think I said Walter Engineering, but do it again. And Ashley back in the studio. For Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath. The final again, Houston 24 and Rice Houston 34 and Rice 27. It's been a long one. We'll talk to you on Saturday. This has been Rice Football from Learfield.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, you've been listening to the Little Woodrow's postgame show. Today's coverage has been brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University.